Hello everyone. How are you tonight? I hope you're doing okay. If you're here to relax, clear your mind, or simply listen for a while before falling asleep, make yourself comfortable. Tonight, we'll move quietly through several true crime stories, each one carrying its own unanswered questions, difficult moments, and lasting impact. Before we begin, you can leave a comment and tell me where you're listening from tonight. And if you enjoy these quiet stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe. For now, just settle in, take a slow breath, and let's begin. Story 1. Sandra Marie Birchmore was born on May 13, 1997. Her birth record lists her mother, Denise McCain Birchmore. No father was named, and Sandra used her mother's surname throughout her life. Early records describe an unstable childhood, though not without brief periods of consistency. For several years, she lived with her mother and her grandmother, Grace Teresa Coughlin. School enrollment forms and family correspondence place Grace as the primary stabilizing figure. When Grace died in 2001, Sandra was 4 years old. Custody then shifted to Grace's sister, Claire Gadet, and Claire's husband, Gerald. Sandra believed they were her grandparents, and there is no indication that this belief was ever corrected. Housing records, school addresses, and family statements show that this home was the closest thing she had to permanence. By the age of 8, Sandra had been enrolled in the Respect program, followed a year later by participation in the Strengthening Families program alongside her mother. These programs were designed for children identified as vulnerable. Intake notes describe emotional sensitivity and social withdrawal. Teachers later recalled frequent bullying. There are no records suggesting the interventions failed outright, only that they did not change her circumstances in any lasting way. In 2016, shortly after Sandra turned 19, her mother died following a prolonged illness caused by a stroke. 1 month later, her grandmother died as well. There is no documentation of contact with her biological father, and no alternative family placement appears in the records after that point. From that period forward, Sandra was living without a stable family structure. Several years earlier, in 2010, Sandra had joined the Stoughton Police Department Youth Explorers program. She was 12. Program literature described mentorship, discipline, and exposure to public service careers. Oversight at the time fell under then Deputy Police Chief Robert Devine. Internal rosters show that twin brothers Matthew Farwell and William Billy Farwell, both former explorers, were active officers involved with the program. Matthew Farwell was 22 years old. By 2011, transportation logs and personal messages indicate that Matthew Farwell was giving Sandra rides and meeting her at the library to help with schoolwork. In 2012, he sent her a friend request on Facebook. She was 15. He was an on-duty police officer. At 16, Sandra gave birth to a stillborn child. Medical records confirm the pregnancy and outcome. Family members later stated that Sandra told them the father was a police officer, but never provided a name. No paternity action was filed. No internal investigation is documented from that period. Writings recovered later, along with statements Sandra gave to others, indicate that Matthew Farwell was not the only officer who exploited her. She described repeated sexual abuse by multiple men connected to the same policing environment. The accounts reference pressure, obedience, and fear of consequences if she resisted. These descriptions recur across different years and settings, suggesting continuity rather than isolated encounters. Despite this history, Sandra continued pursuing education. She enrolled at Mount Ida College and later completed a certificate program through Urban College of Boston. Employment records show intermittent work. Throughout this time, Matthew Farwell remained in contact with her. In 2020, Sandra became pregnant again. Text messages show that she informed Farwell directly. She wrote that she wanted their daughter to know him and asked that he not leave the child the way others had left her. The responses preserved in the message thread are hostile and dismissive. He urged her to terminate the pregnancy and used degrading language toward her. She refused. Medical documentation places her at approximately 3 months pregnant during these exchanges. Friends later said Sandra had begun preparing a nursery. She spoke about becoming a family. Communications show that Farwell had monitored her movements, tracked her phone location, and reacted angrily when she turned it off. Earlier patterns of mentorship and dependency had shifted into surveillance and control. The National Center for Victims of Crime defines grooming as a gradual process in which a perpetrator isolates a victim, erodes boundaries, and establishes psychological dependence. The behaviors described in Sandra Birchmore's records align with that framework, though no contemporaneous intervention occurred. By the time Sandra began resisting, the record shows a noticeable change in how she spoke about the situation. Friends described her as less compliant and more direct. In messages preserved from that period, she threatened to inform Matthew Farwell's wife and said she would disclose that their relationship began when she was 15 years old. The leverage he had relied on for years was no longer secure. After that point, the tone of Farwell's messages shifted. They became increasingly hostile and controlling. Records indicate that he pushed boundaries and introduced disturbing scenarios meant to reassert dominance. Sandra's replies, when she sent them, often referenced how differently she had behaved when she was younger, suggesting awareness of the long-standing imbalance between them. Sandra confided in friends that she felt unsafe. One of those friends contacted the Stoughton Police Department twice to report that Farwell was involved in a sexual relationship with her. Call records confirm the reports were made. There is no documentation showing that any meaningful follow-up occurred. In the days leading up to her death, Farwell visited Sandra's apartment. According to statements she shared afterward, he asked about the door code, whether it applied only to her unit, and whether she kept extra keys. She also said he walked through the apartment, checking doors and rooms. These details were later relayed to investigators by those she had spoken to. On February 1, 2021, at 9:08 in the evening, Farwell texted asking if he could stop by. At 9:13, surveillance footage shows him entering the building wearing a hoodie and a face covering. At 9:43, he was recorded leaving. Sandra's phone activity ended that night and was never resumed. At the same time, Farwell's wife was in labor with their third child. Birth records confirm the child was born within hours of Sandra's death. In the days that followed, Farwell remained publicly present with his family, while Sandra's body remained undiscovered in her apartment. She was found several days later. She was still wearing the same clothes from the night of February 1st. A belt was found around her neck, and a buckle from a duffel bag had left a visible impression on her chest. Her hyoid bone was fractured, an injury often examined in cases involving force applied to the neck. Despite these findings, the Canton medical examiner ruled the death a suicide by seated hanging. The Federal Bureau of Investigation later retained an independent expert, who concluded that the injuries did not align with that determination and suggested the buckle may have been used to apply pressure. Farwell was never compelled to provide a DNA sample. No warrant was filed. More than 35,000 text messages between him and Sandra were known to exist, many of which were deleted by officers before federal investigators accessed the evidence. Sandra's journals, dating back to her teenage years, were also in police possession during that period. Records also show that the Abington Police Department had prior awareness of concerns regarding Farwell's conduct. Former Chief David Del Papa later acknowledged there had been warning signs related to the relationship. No formal action was taken at the time. On February 6, 2021, 5 days after Sandra's death, Farwell was interviewed in the parking lot of the Gibbons School. During that interview, he admitted to a sexual relationship with her, but denied being the father of her unborn child. He stated that he learned of the pregnancy in December 2020 and confirmed that he had been at her apartment on the day she died. He said they argued after he told her he was ending the relationship and that she was alive when he left. Later DNA testing confirmed he was not the biological father of the pregnancy. Friends said Sandra believed he was, based on what she had been told. Authorities have not publicly identified the biological father. The investigation fell under the oversight of Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. His office has faced repeated criticism for its handling of cases involving law enforcement, and he declined to recuse himself despite public pressure. Reviews of Sandra Birchmore's case frequently cite prosecutorial decisions and delays as contributing factors in the absence of accountability. The interview was conducted outdoors, without a secured or controlled setting. In 2022, Sandra Birchmore's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The defendants named were Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Robert Devine, the town of Stoughton, and the Stoughton Police Department. Court filings alleged prolonged abuse and institutional failure. That same year, An internal review confirmed that 3 officers had engaged in sexual relationships with Sandra while she was a minor or young adult. Those officers were identified as Matthew Farwell, his twin brother William Farwell, and Robert Devine. In August 2024, more than 3 years after Sandra's death, Matthew Farwell was arrested. Prosecutors charged him with the murder of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn child. The arrest came after years of public scrutiny, civil litigation, and federal involvement, and marked the first criminal charge directly tied to her death. Around the same period, attention increasingly overlapped with another high-profile case under the same prosecutorial office. The Karen Reed case involved the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe, whose body was found on January 29, 2022, in a snowbank outside the Canton home of another officer, Brian Albert. Several law enforcement personnel appeared in both investigations, including Sergeant Michael Lank, Detective Kevin Albert, Trooper John Fanning, and Trooper Brian Tully, among others. Oversight in both matters came from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Trooper Brian Tully had previously faced discipline related to supervisory failures involving troopers accused of misconduct. Despite that history, records show he played roles connected to both cases. Karen Reed, who was in a relationship with O'Keefe at the time of his death, was charged with second-degree murder. Prosecutors alleged that she struck him with her sport utility vehicle while dropping him off at a gathering the night before, then left him outside in freezing conditions. The prosecution asserted she was intoxicated and emotionally upset, and cited damage to the vehicle's tail light as evidence consistent with a collision. The defense presented a different account. They argued that O'Keefe entered the Albert residence, where he suffered fatal injuries inside the home, and was later placed outside. This theory suggested that Reed became the focus of the investigation to shield others who were present at the gathering. Defense filings described what they characterized as investigative irregularities, conflicts of interest, and missing or mishandled evidence. Among the issues raised by the defense was the limited presence of blood at the location where O'Keefe's body was found, despite significant injuries. They questioned whether the snowbank was the site of the fatal event. They also pointed to injuries on O'Keefe's arms that they argued were inconsistent with a vehicle strike and raised the possibility of an animal attack. The defense emphasized personal and professional relationships between investigators and individuals inside the Albert home, arguing those connections compromised objectivity. They also alleged that phone records, text messages, and surveillance data connected to people at the gathering were deleted or not preserved in a timely manner. Concerns were also raised about the handling of the residence itself. The house was not immediately secured as a potential crime scene, and later searches occurred after significant delay. A German Shepherd owned by Brian Albert was described by the defense as aggressive. The dog was rehomed shortly after the incident and was never subjected to forensic examination. Another focal point involved digital evidence attributed to Jennifer McCabe, an acquaintance of those present that night. She stated she searched online for information about hypothermia after O'Keefe was discovered. Defense experts claimed forensic analysis showed the search occurred earlier than she reported, creating a discrepancy in timelines. Additional questions were raised when the head of a local police union contacted Karen Reed's father shortly after O'Keefe was found, asking whether she had legal representation. Defense filings cited this as unusual given the early stage of the investigation. Witness statements from the gathering varied on whether O'Keefe entered the house and on who was present throughout the night. The defense argued that these inconsistencies, taken together, undermined the prosecution's narrative. As proceedings continue, no single piece of evidence has been publicly identified that definitively establishes that Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. The prosecution's case relies on circumstantial evidence, while the defense maintains that reasonable doubt remains and that the investigation itself is central to the dispute. Fragments from a damaged tail light were eventually recovered near the location where John O'Keefe's body was found. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the pieces were consistent with the tail light of Karen Reed's vehicle. What remains documented, however, is the timing. Those fragments were not observed or logged when O'Keefe was first discovered. They appeared hours later, after Reed's sport utility vehicle had already been impounded. That sequence has been preserved in police reports and testimony, and it became a focal point during trial proceedings. Prosecutors argued that O'Keefe's injuries aligned with a vehicle strike. In response, multiple defense experts testified that the injuries could also be consistent with a physical altercation. Forensic pathologist Dr. David Scroggins stated under oath that certain trauma patterns did not rule out a beating. Additional wounds, including scratches and marks on O'Keefe's arm and face, were described by defense witnesses as resembling animal bites. This testimony was presented alongside the assertion that a German shepherd named Chloe, owned by the homeowner, had been rehomed shortly after the incident and was never examined. Cell phone data and call logs were introduced by the prosecution, but even taken together, they did not conclusively establish when or how O'Keefe sustained his fatal injuries. The prosecution theory held that O'Keefe exited the vehicle during a blizzard and remained outside while Red executed a three-point turn. The defense challenged this account, noting that weather conditions would have made prolonged exposure unlikely and emphasizing inconsistencies in witness statements from inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road. Testimony also addressed actions taken or not taken by those inside the house. Court records show that no one from inside the residence placed the initial emergency call when O'Keefe was found unresponsive in the snow. Witnesses testified that neither the homeowner, Brian Albert, nor other guests came outside while cardiopulmonary resuscitation was being performed directly in front of the house. First responders later stated that individuals inside the residence did not emerge during the emergency response, despite phone and security data indicating activity inside at that time. In the months that followed, the Alberts sold the property. The family dog was no longer present. The defense alleged that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins disposed of their phones shortly before authorities sought to obtain them, an allegation addressed during trial, but not resolved with physical recovery of the devices. In June 2025, jurors found Karen Reed not guilty of murder or manslaughter. In Sandra Birchmore's case, meaningful movement did not occur until the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigation became involved. Federal investigators identified deleted communications and re-interviewed witnesses whose statements had previously been minimized or disregarded. Records indicate a broader scope of review once federal oversight began. During the Karen Reed trial, Sandra Birchmore's name was excluded from courtroom proceedings. Outside the courthouse, supporters displayed her photograph. No reference to her case was permitted inside the trial record. Statistical context entered public discussion through a 2021 study published in the field of obstetrics and gynecology, which found that homicide was the leading cause of death for pregnant women in the United States, with most cases involving an intimate partner. As of July 1, 2025, another federal hearing is scheduled in Sandra Birchmore's case. Proceedings remain ongoing. Cameras are not permitted due to the federal jurisdiction. The record across both cases reflects a series of investigative decisions, delays, and overlaps that continue to be examined through the courts. Story 2. Daniel Reed Smith was born on August 16, 1988, to Lisa and Daniel Smith. Within family records and local accounts, he appears most often as DJ, a name used consistently in employment files and personal references. He was trained in carpentry and was regarded as unusually capable with his hands, a skill that supported him through short-term and contract work. At the age of 29, he was living in Summerville, South Carolina, and raising a young son, with routine custody arrangements documented through family statements rather than court filings. On August 11, 2018, DJ's body was located along a remote stretch of railroad tracks near Ridgeville, South Carolina. The discovery was reported over a police scanner. No identifying name was broadcast, but the location and circumstances were enough for his mother, Lisa, to recognize who it was before formal notification occurred. His stepfather, Eric Melendez, was employed as an investigator with the local solicitor's office and had decades of experience reviewing death scenes and case files. He attempted to obtain early details through professional channels, but access was limited. From the outset, investigators classified the death as accidental, stating that DJ had wandered onto the tracks and was struck by a train. That conclusion was entered into the record and remained unchanged for several years. In September 2023, the family received a report from an independent forensic pathologist. The findings did not align with a train strike scenario as the initiating event. According to the review, the injuries were more consistent with DJ having been struck by a vehicle at a separate location, after which his body was placed on the tracks. The manner of death, as reassessed, involved foul play rather than misadventure. On February 5, 2024, Lisa Smith, Eric Melendez, and their attorney, Columbia-based lawyer Tucker Player, filed a wrongful death lawsuit on behalf of the family. The civil filing alleges that DJ was involved in an altercation at a party on the night of his death, fled the residence, and was then pursued. It further alleges that he was intentionally struck by a vehicle driven or occupied by Michael Bunch Sr., Trenton Hogg, Brandon Reynolds, and Corey Dine. Additional names appear later in the complaint. Steve Creel and Michael Arana, also known as Michael Muckenfuss, are alleged to have assisted in moving DJ's body and placing it on the railroad tracks in an effort to conceal what had occurred. 3 unnamed individuals, listed as John Does, are accused of providing false statements to law enforcement, including claims that DJ chose to walk home on his own. Despite these allegations and the independent forensic findings, the Dorchester County Sheriff's Office and the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division declined to reopen the investigation. No criminal charges were filed. Eric Melendez formally offered his assistance, citing his investigative background, but the case remained closed. Responsibility for the original inquiry had been assigned to junior detectives, and several standard steps were never documented, including interviews with key witnesses and a comprehensive review of DJ's movements in the hours before his death. The official cause of death continues to be listed as accidental. As of June 2025, the case remains unresolved, with the civil action standing as the primary vehicle through which the family seeks accountability. Russell Keith Dardeen and his wife, Ruby Elaine Dardeen, were recorded in community directories and church rosters as an active young family. They had a son, Peter, and Elaine was pregnant with their second child. Friends described them as closely bonded, with routines centered on work, home, and church activities. In 1986, the Dardeens moved to Ina, Illinois, a small community in Jefferson County. They purchased a modest trailer and settled in without difficulty. Keith was employed at the local water treatment plant, and Elaine worked at an office supply store. Their neighbors later described them as polite and reserved, with no known conflicts. By late 1987, local crime statistics began to shift. Jefferson County recorded 15 homicides over a 2-year period, a figure that circulated widely enough to cause concern among residents. Keith expressed unease to family members. On one occasion, he refused entry to a woman who appeared at their door asking to use the phone. Around the same period, the trailer was listed for sale, and plans to relocate were discussed. On November 18, Keith failed to report to work and did not call in, which immediately stood out to his supervisor. Attempts to reach the home by phone were unsuccessful. Keith's parents were contacted, but had not heard from the family. That evening, Keith's father, Don Dardeen, drove to Ina and met with sheriff's deputies to conduct a welfare check. When they entered the trailer, they found Elaine, their son Peter, and the unborn child, later named Casey Elaine. All 3 were deceased. Elaine had been bound with duct tape and beaten with a baseball bat. The bat was identified as one Keith had given to Peter earlier that year for his birthday. The assault was severe enough to induce labor before Elaine died. The scene was documented, and the trailer was secured, leaving the remaining circumstances to be addressed through subsequent investigation. Elaine gave birth during the assault. Medical findings later confirmed that the child was born alive. The infant was then killed. Afterward, the scene was altered. Blood had been wiped from surfaces. The bodies of Elaine, Peter, and the newborn were placed together in a bed, positioned as if arranged deliberately rather than left where they fell. There were no indications of forced entry. Doors and windows showed no damage. Personal property remained untouched. Jewelry, cash, and electronics were still inside the trailer. Nothing appeared to be missing except Keith. His red 1981 Plymouth was gone. In the first hours, investigators considered the possibility that Keith had committed the murders and fled. Armed officers were sent to his mother's home as a precaution. That theory did not persist. The following day, hunters discovered Keith's body in a field roughly 1 mile from the trailer. He had been shot 3 times. His body showed signs of mutilation. The Plymouth was later located outside the police station in Benton, Illinois, approximately 11 miles from the family's home. Blood was present throughout the interior of the vehicle. Forensic testing indicated that all 4 members of the Dardeen family died within a narrow window of time, measured in hours rather than days. There was no evidence of sexual assault. No robbery motive emerged. The killer had remained at the scene long enough to clean, reposition the bodies, and leave without drawing attention. Law enforcement conducted extensive interviews. More than 100 individuals were questioned. A coworker with whom Keith had recently argued was investigated and cleared. A small quantity of marijuana was found inside the trailer, but investigators did not attach significance to it, noting it may not have belonged to the family at all. As leads diminished, the case slowed. It was not formally closed, but active progress ceased. Keith's mother, Joan Dardine, began collecting signatures and contacting media outlets. She attempted to bring national attention to the case. Producers for the Oprah Winfrey Show declined, citing the severity of the violence. America's Most Wanted initially reached the same conclusion. A segment eventually aired in 1998, but it produced no viable leads. In 2000, a new development emerged from outside Illinois. Tommy Lynn Sells, a convicted serial killer on death row in Texas, began confessing to numerous unsolved murders. One of those confessions involved the Dardine family. Sells provided multiple, conflicting accounts. In some versions, he claimed to have met Keith at a truck stop, a gas station, or a pool hall. In another, he said Keith invited him home for dinner. At one point, he alleged Keith suggested a sexual encounter. In a separate statement, Sells claimed he targeted the trailer after noticing a for sale sign. The accounts did not align with known evidence. Sells had a documented pattern of false confessions, taking responsibility for crimes later proven impossible for him to have committed. Joanne initially considered the possibility that he was telling the truth. Over time, inconsistencies accumulated. By the time Sells was executed in 2014, most investigators no longer considered him responsible. Current assessments suggest Sells committed several murders, but not this one. No definitive explanation has emerged. The level of violence suggests intent, yet no personal disputes involving Keith or Elaine were identified. Some investigators have theorized the involvement of a transient offender. Others have considered the possibility of more than one perpetrator, particularly given the separation between Keith's murder and the rest of the family. What remains consistent across reviews is the controlled nature of the crime. The killings were not hurried. They were not chaotic. The Dardine family was killed on November 17, 1987. Nearly 4 decades later, the reason remains unknown. Kimberly Ann Lucas was born on July 29, 1969, and raised in Halifax, Nova Scotia. School records and family accounts describe her as active and ambitious. She participated in sports, expressed interest in modeling, and was regarded as outgoing. As an adult, Kimber developed an addiction to crack cocaine. That addiction led to sex work and minor criminal charges. By the fall of 1994, she was 25 years old and 7 months pregnant. Friends later told investigators she had spoken about leaving the streets and rebuilding her life. In the early morning hours of November 23, 1994, Kimber was seen near the intersection of North Street and Maitland Street in Halifax. Witness estimates placed the time between 1:30 and 3:30 in the morning. At 8:41 a.m., police responded to a call behind 5783 North Street. Kimber's body was found in the rear alley of the building. She had been stabbed to death. Her pregnancy was noted immediately. The scene was secured, and the homicide investigation began. The case drew attention across Halifax, particularly among others engaged in sex work. Media coverage frequently emphasized Kimber's criminal history. Less attention was given to her background, her pregnancy, or the funeral service that drew nearly 300 mourners to a Baptist church on what is now Nora Bernard Street. In the days leading up to her death, there were indications that Kimber felt unsafe. Those details were recorded, but did not lead to an arrest. The investigation continued, but the case remained open without resolution. According to her aunt, Tunny Flint, Kimber had been warned shortly before her death. The warning was specific. 3 men were said to be looking for her, and the intent was described as harmful rather than threatening in the abstract. This information was shared after Kimber was killed and was added to the broader case file without resolution. In the years that followed, investigators considered a possible connection between Kimber's murder and the killing of another sex worker, Brenda Way. Way was found dead in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, in November 1995, approximately 1 year later. Similarities were noted, but no formal linkage was ever confirmed. In 2000, Halifax police disclosed that they possessed a DNA profile related to Kimber's homicide. They also had a suspect. The profile and the suspect did not match. No further explanation was offered publicly, and no arrest followed. That same year, investigators questioned Michael Wayne McGray, a convicted serial killer who had claimed responsibility for 16 murders across Canada and the United States. McGray stated that he had killed a sex worker in Halifax. When pressed, he was unable to provide a name, a date, or details that aligned with Kimber's case. The interview concluded without charges, and no forensic evidence tied him to the crime. Kimber's case was later included in Nova Scotia's Rewards for Major Unsolved Crimes program, which offers up to $150,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Tips continued to be reviewed, but none resulted in formal action. Kimber Leanne Lucas was murdered on November 23, 1994. As of June 2025, no one has been charged. Melissa Entropy was born on October 13, 1984. At 37 years old, she was the mother of 3 children. Family members described her as deeply attached to them and focused on rebuilding stability in her life. She lived in Monticello, Wisconsin, and maintained regular contact with relatives. On the night of October 26, 2021, Melissa disappeared. That Tuesday evening, she left her job in Monroe, Wisconsin, at approximately 10:30 p.m. She drove roughly 40 miles in a rented truck to Shannon, Illinois. Her destination was the home of her boyfriend, 35-year-old Derek Hammer. Melissa was seen later that night at the residence of Derek Hammer's mother in Shannon. Witnesses placed her there close to midnight. According to Melissa's sister, Melissa and Derek left together shortly after. Derek returned alone sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. Melissa has not been seen or heard from since. When Melissa failed to report to work the following morning, her family contacted police. She was officially reported missing within hours. On November 4, just over a week later, her rented truck was located abandoned at the intersection of West Pearl City Road and South Bolton Road in rural Freeport, Illinois, about 16 miles from where she was last seen. The vehicle was operable. Inside were Melissa's phone, wallet, keys, and other personal belongings. Investigators later stated that the placement of the truck appeared intentional and may have been meant to misdirect the investigation. As the search continued, additional information emerged. Friends reported that Melissa had expressed fear of Derek Hammer and reluctance to visit him that night. Approximately 1 month earlier, Melissa's young son told a teacher that Derek had struck his mother and held her at gunpoint. Around the same time, Derek was arrested in Greene County, Wisconsin, on charges related to domestic abuse involving Melissa. On September 24, 2021, both Melissa and Derek were arrested following the execution of a search warrant by the Greene County Sheriff's Office, the State Line Area Narcotics Task Force, and additional agencies. Drugs and firearms were seized. Derek was charged with disorderly conduct, battery, 2 counts of child neglect, maintaining a drug trafficking dwelling, drug possession, and being a felon in possession of a firearm. Melissa was charged with child neglect, possession of THC, and possession of drug paraphernalia. She was released pending court proceedings. Court records show she appeared on October 18, 2021, and that a public defender was appointed for her on October 27, 1 day after she disappeared. Some speculation arose suggesting Melissa may have left voluntarily to avoid prosecution. Her family rejected that explanation, citing her compliance with court requirements and her stated fear of Derek Hammer. His criminal history added weight to their concerns. In 2019, Derek Hammer was paroled from High Desert State Prison in Nevada after convictions for battery by strangulation and possession of explosives. His record also includes charges related to kidnapping, firearm violations in Illinois, and domestic abuse. Despite this history and his proximity to Melissa's disappearance, Derek Hammer has not been formally named a suspect or person of interest. Melissa Entropy remains missing. In 2023, Derek Hammer was sentenced to 5 years in prison on charges unrelated to Melissa's disappearance. The convictions stemmed from the earlier domestic abuse and drug investigation in which Melissa had been involved. During the sentencing hearing, Melissa's daughter, Delana, addressed the court. She avoided looking at Derek and stated plainly that she would never have her mother back. The statement was entered into the record without elaboration. Since Melissa vanished, her children have remained part of the public record through victim impact statements and family advocacy. Her younger children, Josie and Mato, have spoken about her in simple terms. They described a household shaped by routine care, holiday traditions, and small moments that felt stable to them at the time. Those accounts have remained consistent. The search for Melissa involved multiple agencies operating at different stages. The FBI, Illinois State Police, the Greene County Sheriff's Office, and federal fish and wildlife officers participated. Search efforts included helicopters, canine units, sonar equipment, drones, and coordinated ground teams. Creeks, drainage ditches, cornfields, wooded areas, bridges, and rural roadways around Shannon and Freeport were examined. No physical evidence linked to Melissa was recovered. Attention later shifted to conflicting statements made by Derek Hammer's mother, Denise Hammer. Investigators and observers noted that her accounts changed over time, including during sworn testimony. Questions about credibility were documented, though no charges were filed in relation to those statements. During a subsequent arrest of Derek Hammer, booking information was shared online by a private page known as Greene County Scanner. Some members of the public believed the information had been released by law enforcement as a form of public shaming. The Sheriff's Department later clarified that the arrest appeared only as part of standard overnight reporting. Melissa's family and advocates repeatedly asked that public focus remain on verified information rather than speculation. Melissa Entrampi is described in missing person records as 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing approximately 163 pounds. She has strawberry blonde hair, blue eyes, and multiple tattoos across her chest, arms, and legs. These include a full sleeve on her right arm extending onto her chest, a matching sleeve on her left leg, a tattoo inside her right middle finger, and another on her right ankle. She also had several facial piercings. She was last seen wearing a black long-sleeved Michael Kors shirt, a black vest, black leggings, and sparkly boots in the UGG style. Melissa Entrampi disappeared on the night of October 26, 2021. As of June 2025, she has not been found, and the case remains officially unsolved. Terry Marie Howell was born on July 1, 1956. At 24 years old, she lived in Owensboro, Kentucky, and was raising her 4-year-old son, Kenny. Family members described her as attentive and closely bonded to her child. On the evening of July 24, 1980, Terry went out with a friend, Janice Hasty. The night was informal and unplanned. In the early morning hours of July 25, witnesses saw the two women leaving a bar and restaurant known as the Hasty Tasty on East 4th Street. They left with an unknown man driving a light blue Ford passenger car from the 1960s. The vehicle was described as a 2-door model with round headlights and an automatic transmission. The driver was described as a slender white male with brown hair, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall. He offered to take the women home. Instead of driving toward their neighborhoods, he turned east, away from town and toward rural parts of Daviess County. Janice became alarmed as the route changed. Near the intersection of Highway 144 and Reed Road, Janice opened the car door and jumped out. She walked back toward Owensboro and did not contact police that night. Terry remained in the vehicle. She was never seen alive again. Later that afternoon, around 5 p.m., a volunteer firefighter noticed smoke rising from an abandoned farmhouse on Lanham Road near Knoxville. When he approached, he saw what appeared to be a human body inside the burning structure, but could not reach it safely. Fire crews extinguished the fire and found the charred, unclothed body of a young woman beneath debris that appeared deliberately placed. No stab wounds were visible. An autopsy later determined that the woman had died before the fire was set. Strangulation was identified as the likely cause of death. Terry's mother, Ava Merle Wortham, had reported her daughter missing earlier that day. When footage of the fire aired on the evening news, she recognized details that led her to believe the victim was Terry. Identification was confirmed the following day through dental records and a blouse recovered near the scene. By the time the family was formally notified, Terry's body had already been buried as a Jane Doe. Questions emerged immediately. Records did not clearly explain why the burial occurred so quickly, who authorized it, or who covered the costs. Autopsy samples and photographs were not preserved. The investigation, limited by the forensic standards of the time, was further hindered by these omissions. Despite the lack of preserved evidence and the passage of decades, Terry Howell's family continued to seek answers. The circumstances of her death, and the hours between Janice's escape and the farmhouse fire, have never been fully accounted for. After Terry's death, her mother, Ava Merle Wortham, assumed responsibility for keeping the case visible. Records show that she contacted law enforcement agencies, journalists, and advocacy groups over many years. She continued this work until her death in 2021. Since then, that role has been taken up by Penny Thomas, the mother of Terry's grandchildren. Penny manages a public archive through the Justice for Terry Howell Owensboro, Kentucky page, where documents, names, and recollections are collected and compared. Through this work, Penny identified individuals whose names appeared repeatedly in local recollections, but were not prominent in official files. One of those names is Philip Payne, a local man reported to have owned a vehicle consistent with the suspect description, a light blue Ford from the 1960s. Payne reportedly lived only minutes from the abandoned farmhouse where Terry's body was found. Several longtime residents told Penny that Payne had a criminal history dating back to the 1970s. Others claimed they had seen him at the Hasty Tasty on the night Terry disappeared. Additional accounts suggested he had personal connections to individuals in law enforcement. One person stated they had been inside the farmhouse with him prior to the fire. None of these claims, taken individually, establish responsibility. Together, they raised questions about why his name did not appear more prominently in early investigative records. The farmhouse itself was known locally as a gathering place. Items belonging to Terry were recovered across the surrounding area rather than concentrated at the burn site. Her purse was located along Kentucky 1389. Her blouse was found approximately 100 yards from where her body lay. Beer cans were also present, but did not yield usable forensic material. In 2010, the case was formally reopened by Detective Mike Pieri. He re-interviewed witnesses, first responders, and individuals who had not been questioned in depth during the original investigation. His review identified gaps in documentation and details that had never been formally entered into evidence logs. Renewed efforts followed in 2023, including cold case training initiatives and public outreach led by Sheriff Brad Youngman. These efforts were constrained by the condition of remaining evidence. Physical materials had deteriorated. Key records were missing. Experts later advised that exhumation or further examination of Terry's remains would be unlikely to produce new findings. No crime scene photographs are known to survive. Several questions remain unresolved. The identity of the man driving the blue Ford has never been confirmed. The decision to bury Terry quickly, and the authorization for that burial, remains unclear. The sequence of events between her departure from the vehicle and the farmhouse fire has never been reconstructed. Investigators continue to state that someone possesses information relevant to the case. They maintain that the passage of time does not eliminate the possibility of disclosure. Terry Marie Howell was murdered on July 25, 1980. As of June 2025, no arrest has been made, and the case remains unsolved. Story 3. I am assembling this case as a compiler, working outward from records, locations, and recovered details, allowing conclusions to remain secondary. Daquan Jacobian Hines was born on May 7, 2001. Within his family, he was called Day Day. Early descriptions from his mother, Monique Gaines, focus less on temperament and more on behavior. A child who dismantled objects to understand how they worked, who rebuilt what he took apart, and who seemed most comfortable when his hands were busy. In 2016, custody shifted informally. Daquan moved from Augusta, Georgia, to Thompson, where he began living with his grandmother. The relocation was deliberate, intended to place distance between him and the persistent violence in Richmond County. Initial records and family accounts suggest the move appeared stabilizing. He enrolled in a youth challenge program, secured part-time work, and maintained regular contact with his mother. By the time he was 17, those patterns had begun to loosen. School attendance became inconsistent. His appearance changed. Communication with family became more guarded. These details were not isolated events, but gradual deviations that only later took on significance. He was eventually placed at Crossroad Alternative School. Around this period, his social circle shifted. Names are inconsistently documented, but family members later described the group as volatile and unreliable, a presence that seemed to accelerate his disengagement rather than correct it. On Friday, May 11, 2018, Daquan left his grandmother's apartment at Thompson Villas on Cardinal Street, a complex previously known as the Cherry Tree Apartments. He told her he was going to see a female friend near the intersection of Bussey Avenue and Gus Street. That friend later provided a time marker to investigators, stating she last saw him at approximately 6 in the evening. There are no confirmed sightings after that point. When Daquan did not return home, concern spread quickly through his family. Text messages from his mother went unanswered. His aunt, Tiana Bonner, noted an abrupt silence across platforms where he was usually active, including Facebook. The absence itself became the signal. Several days earlier, at the same apartment complex, a 14-year-old boy had been shot in the leg. Police records described the victim as Daquan's close friend. A 19-year-old man, Cortorius Collins, was arrested in connection with that shooting. As the investigation progressed, authorities began examining whether the individuals involved in that incident were also connected to Daquan's disappearance. 3 days after he was last seen, on Monday, May 14, 2018, Daquan's body was located. The discovery occurred in a wooded area off Dale Drive, behind a cluster of duplexes, approximately 1 mile from the McDuffie County Sheriff's Office. A neighbor, Spencer Moore, assisted in directing family members toward the location. The condition of the body was immediately apparent. A black plastic bag had been tied over Daquan's head. He had been shot. Moore later told investigators that he had heard gunshots on Saturday night. He also reported an unfamiliar white vehicle parked in his driveway around the same time. A young woman was seated inside. When he questioned her presence, a young man emerged from the wooded area, stating he had forgotten something. The pair left shortly afterward. Moore did not see them again. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirmed Daquan's identity through his clothing and a tattoo. The autopsy documented a fatal gunshot wound, and the death was ruled a homicide. He was buried at Westview Cemetery 1 week later, just days after what would have been his 17th birthday. Identification was confirmed through physical markers and personal effects. In the years since, Monique Gaines has continued to send her son a text message each morning. Publicly, she has focused less on the crime itself and more on prevention, urging parents to recognize early behavioral shifts and social pressure before they escalate beyond recovery. As of June 2025, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has not publicly named any suspects, though officials have stated they do have persons of interest. Daquan Jacobian Hines was found murdered on May 14, 2018, and the case remains unsolved. The records then moved to a different file. Diana Lynn Harris was born on October 6, 1953, in Owasso, Michigan. Contemporary accounts describe her as outwardly confident, marked by a visible affection for her children, Christine and Mikey. By 1981, she was 27 years old and facing sustained instability. After losing her job in Michigan, Diana made the decision to leave the state. She packed her belongings, took her 2 children, and traveled south to the Florida Keys. They arrived in Big Pine Key in February. For Christine, who was 10 years old at the time, the setting felt unreal, defined by open water, palm trees, and a sense of escape. Diana found work first at the No Name Pub, and later at the Sugarloaf Key Lodge. Housing was informal. In exchange for labor, the family was allowed to stay at a nearby motel. Daily life, by available descriptions, appeared uncomplicated, even hopeful. Shortly after arriving, Diana began a relationship with a local fisherman named Gary Vincent Argento. The timeline places the start of their involvement within the same early months of her relocation, before any formal sense of permanence had settled in. I continue assembling the record from documented actions and later testimony, keeping sequence ahead of interpretation. Accounts from that period described Gary Vincent Argento as initially personable, someone who presented without urgency or visible threat. His criminal history, however, was already established. Prior convictions included kidnapping, false imprisonment, and sexual violence, details that did not surface publicly until much later. Argento lived on Tortuga Lane, in a residence commonly referred to by locals as the Party House. The name appears repeatedly in witness statements and informal reports, usually in connection with heavy drug use, frequent gatherings, and an atmosphere where boundaries were poorly enforced. The property was owned by Mitchell Dinker, a defense attorney known within the Florida Keys for representing high-level drug traffickers. Law enforcement presence at the house was not incidental. Multiple Key West police officers were known to socialize there. In later years, several of those officers would be fired or indicted after the department was declared a criminal enterprise under the Federal RICO Act. On June 7, 1981, Diana Harris drove her children to the Miami airport. Christine and Mikey were sent to Michigan to spend the summer with their father. According to family accounts, the separation was framed as temporary. Diana told her children she would return in August to bring them back for her sister's wedding. They never saw her again. By mid-July, Diana stopped calling. In August, she did not arrive in Michigan as planned. Her mother contacted police and filed a missing person report. When authorities reviewed Diana's living situation, they found her clothing, photographs, and personal belongings still in place. Nothing suggested preparation for departure. Not long after Diana vanished, Gary Argento also disappeared. Investigators later learned he had stolen a fishing boat and fled to Mexico. He was eventually located, extradited back to Florida, and charged only with the theft of the vessel. He served a brief sentence. In 1992, more than a decade later, he was convicted of impersonating a police officer. For days after that conviction, Gary Argento died. He was never charged in connection with Diana Harris's disappearance. After his death, delayed testimony began to surface. Mitchell Dinker and Mark Rapon both stated that Gary had confessed to killing Diana during an argument inside the Tortuga Lane house. According to their accounts, the altercation escalated, and Diana's head was slammed into a wall. One of the men described a hole in that wall, marked with what he said was blood. Neither man had come forward while Gary was alive. Both had long-standing proximity to the house and to the people involved. Their statements were noted, but no charges followed. Christine Harris was 10 years old when her mother disappeared. She grew up without resolution. At 16, she returned to Florida with the specific intention of understanding what had happened. In 1995, she succeeded in pushing for the case to be reopened. That same year, another disappearance unsettled the Florida Keys. Thomas Stephen Stump, age 41, was last seen on July 25, 1995. He had been preparing for a family vacation with his wife, Bernie, and their daughters. That morning, he bought gasoline, stopped at the post office, and made plans with relatives. By late afternoon, one of his daughters called her grandmother and said they believed their father had taken his own life in the woods. That evening, Bernie Stump contacted a rental car agency and requested replacement keys. She told them Tom had drowned himself. No body was recovered. Searches produced nothing. Thomas Stump was never found. The connections appear earlier in the timeline. In 1981, Bernie had lived at the Tortuga Lane house with Diana Harris and Gary Argento. Her former husband was Mark Rapon, the same individual who later claimed Gary confessed to Diana's murder. After Tom Stump vanished, Bernie remarried. Her new husband was Bill Becker, a prominent local radio host. Rumors circulated that the relationship had begun prior to Tom's disappearance, though no formal findings were made. Christine Harris began mapping these overlaps. She noted shared locations, recurring names, and a pattern of disappearances that did not exist in isolation. Among those names were Beverly Elaine Darnell and Gerald Douglas Oxby, individuals whose cases received little public attention. Gerald Oxby disappeared in early August 1981, only weeks after Diana Harris vanished. He was a sailor who had spent more than a year restoring a 57-foot boat named the Antares. The vessel was docked in Key West. Oxby was last seen there. His girlfriend, Kim Goodwin, later contacted his mother in Wales. She said she was frightened and believed something had happened to him. She mentioned a man Gerald knew, someone who had threatened her with a gun, and identified him as the last person to see Gerald alive. When Kim attempted to file a missing person report, she claimed the Key West Police Department refused to investigate. With no official action taken, she hired a private detective. The record does not show what that inquiry ultimately produced. I returned to the Oxby file, where it breaks away from official handling. The private investigative agency hired by Kim Goodwin concluded that Gerald Douglas Oxby had likely been the victim of foul play. Their assessment did not enter any formal record. They later reported receiving threats, which they attributed to the same individual identified as the last person seen with Oxby. Without an official missing person report ever being accepted, Gerald Oxby was never entered into Florida's missing persons system. His boat disappeared with him. The Antares, a 57-foot vessel he had spent more than a year restoring, was never recovered. No debris, sightings, or transfer records have been confirmed. The parallels to Diana Harris's disappearance remain unresolved rather than stated. Both cases involved proximity to known criminal activity, both showed early investigative resistance, and both left families without physical evidence or procedural closure. Christine Harris continued working through documentation long after law enforcement interest had narrowed. Over time, she obtained records that contradicted early claims that Gary Argento fled Florida immediately after Diana vanished. She encountered multiple explanations offered without proof, including theories involving trafficking and informal cover-ups tied to drug operations in the Keys. Christine rejected reports that her mother had been seen alive years later. Her position has remained consistent. She believes Diana died in 1981. Her focus has stayed on how and why, rather than speculation about survival. More than 4 decades later, Diana Harris, Gerald Oxby, and Thomas Stump remain missing. Their cases intersect through shared locations, overlapping relationships, and delayed testimony. None have been resolved. Diana Lynn Harris disappeared in 1981, and as of June 2025, the case remains unsolved. The record then shifts north. Jason McCullough was born on September 7, 1980, in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Descriptions from school officials, neighbors, and community members emphasize reliability over notoriety. He was known for helping elderly residents with routine tasks, and for volunteering regularly at the Boys and Girls Club in Dartmouth North. He earned the rank of Chief Scout with Scouts Canada. At the club, he was called Piglet, a nickname that followed him home and remained in use within his family. In 1998, Jason graduated from Dartmouth High School and was accepted to both St. Mary's University and Dalhousie University. He discussed joining the Navy as a way to finance his education. He listened primarily to R&B music and spoke openly about long-term plans. These details appear consistently across early profiles. On Saturday, August 28, 1999, shortly after 2:30 in the morning, Jason McCullough was found shot in the back of the head. His body lay on a paved pedestrian path between 100 and 104 Pinecrest Drive in the Highfield Park area of Dartmouth. Investigators believed he had been walking home, using a common shortcut between apartment buildings. There was no indication of robbery, and no evidence that Jason had been involved in criminal activity. Early assessments considered the possibility of a random act of violence. From the outset, police believed multiple people were present in the area at the time of the shooting. No eyewitnesses came forward. Detective Tom Martin led the investigation from the night of the murder until his retirement in 2008. Working with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, investigators interviewed at least 250 individuals. 5 composite sketches were released, depicting men seen in the area around the time of the killing. Each was labeled a person of interest. In 2000, the Daily News published the names of 4 alleged suspects. Later reporting established that hours before Jason was killed, 3 of those men had broken into a residence on Pinecrest Drive, near the site where Jason's body was found. They demanded money, displayed a firearm, and stole several $100s. All 3 lived nearby. All pleaded guilty to the break-in and robbery. None were charged in connection with Jason McCullough's murder. In 2005, police announced that new information had emerged. They began searching for a woman believed to have been present in Highfield Park on the night of the shooting. Her identity was not released. It remains unclear whether she was located or questioned. In a 2014 interview, Detective Martin stated that investigators had come close to laying charges. He did not identify a suspect or explain what halted the process. Jason's cousin Vanessa later described changes in the area following his death. Residents moved away. Buildings deteriorated. Years later, the city established a family housing cooperative at the site. The physical layout of the area no longer matches conditions at the time of the homicide. The neighborhood stabilized gradually. The case did not. I continue compiling from site changes and civic response before moving back into unresolved records. Over time, the damaged buildings in Highfield Park were repaired. The path where Jason McCullough was killed was incorporated into a redesigned green space. The park was eventually renamed Jason McCullough Memorial Park. When the new sign bearing his name was installed, it was vandalized. The city replaced it without delay. For families living nearby, routines shifted. Parents restricted movement after dark. Younger children were kept close, even those too young to remember why the changes had been made. The impact did not remain isolated to the year of the murder. Each year, the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Halifax organizes the Walk Against Violence in Jason's memory. Participants gather on Verrill Street and walk together to the park. The route is consistent. Silence is observed. Signs are carried. Attendance varies. In 2018, more than 200 people took part. That year, Jason's mother, Carolyn, addressed the group briefly, noting that for one evening, the family did not feel alone. Jason McCullough was murdered on August 28, 1999. As of June 2025, the case remains unsolved. The file then shifts again. Susan Mary Jacobson was born on December 8, 1953. At the time of her disappearance, she was 59 years old and living with her husband, Chris Jacobson, in the Sun City retirement community in Roseville, California. They had been married for more than 30 years. Susan was physically small, standing 4 feet 11 inches tall and weighing approximately 90 pounds. Neighbors described her as reserved. She did not socialize widely and was known to inform someone before leaving the house. On Wednesday, May 1, 2013, that pattern reportedly changed. Chris Jacobson told investigators that Susan left their home early that morning to run errands. According to his account, her first stop was supposed to be a Raley's grocery store a short drive away. No witness confirmed seeing her inside the store. Later that day, Susan's dark blue Honda Civic was located in the Raley's parking lot at the intersection of Pleasant Grove Boulevard and Wood Creek Oaks Boulevard. The car was unlocked and parked far from the entrance, in a section not covered by surveillance cameras. Her purse was inside the vehicle. The keys were missing. A jogger later found Susan's wallet on a sidewalk near Mahoney Park. Cash and credit cards were gone. The grocery store sits in a busy commercial area, close to a high school, a Starbucks, a bank, and several other businesses. Despite this, no one reported seeing anything unusual. No confirmed sightings of Susan were documented that day. Search efforts began quickly. Police officers, search dogs, volunteers, and family members canvassed surrounding neighborhoods and open areas. Nothing was recovered. With no verified proof that Susan ever entered the store, questions formed around the starting point itself. Some considered whether she had reached the parking lot at all, or whether the vehicle had been placed there later. Locals noted the way the car was positioned, the absence of surveillance coverage, and the placement of the wallet away from the vehicle. These elements were viewed together rather than separately. One prevailing theory suggested the scene had been staged, with the missing keys preventing immediate relocation of the car. Susan was approaching a significant life event. She was about to become a grandmother for the first time. Friends said she had spoken openly about it and would not have chosen to disappear at that point. From the beginning, Chris Jacobson stated that his wife did not leave voluntarily. He acknowledged that investigators examined him closely, consistent with standard procedure. When the case was reopened in 2021, investigators attempted to speak with him again. Chris declined, stating that his attorney had retired and that he would not speak without new representation. Records do not clarify whether further contact occurred. In 2024, Chris sold the Sun City home and relocated to Tennessee. Neighbors later reported seeing him traveling with a female neighbor and taking a trip to Hawaii before moving. Some believed police surveillance had taken place at one point and that his backyard may have been searched, though no official confirmation exists. Chris had been employed at R.C. Wiley at the time Susan disappeared. A former coworker later claimed Chris appeared unusually tired when he returned to work and that he borrowed bolt cutters from the warehouse later that week. No documentation connects those tools to the case. Unconfirmed reports also circulated suggesting Susan may have struggled privately with alcohol and relied heavily on treadmill exercise to manage long-term pain related to a past birth injury. These details were never substantiated. Those close to her maintained that, regardless of any personal challenges, Susan would not have walked away without notice and would not have missed the birth of her first grandchild. Susan Mary Jacobson disappeared on May 1, 2013. As of June 2025, her whereabouts remain unknown, and the case remains unresolved. I add the remaining material to the Jacobson file before opening the next sequence. In 2021, Detective Dave Harlan of the Roseville Police Department was assigned to Susan Jacobson's case. His review involved re-examining all available evidence, including items that had not been tested with newer forensic methods. Investigators noted advancements in video resolution, including 4K imaging and more sensitive DNA analysis as potential tools, though no public statements have confirmed whether these methods produced new findings. Susan's neighbors continued to speak about her in practical terms. She was remembered as quiet and methodical, someone who spent long periods tending to her garden, sweeping walkways, and maintaining order around her home. One neighbor recalled frequently seeing her outside with a broom or rake, focused and unhurried. A longtime family friend, Bill Hunter, stated that he never believed Chris Jacobson was involved in Susan's disappearance. Others in the community remained uncertain. The case did not settle into consensus. Susan Mary Jacobson went missing on May 1, 2013. 12 years later, there has been no confirmed trace of her. The case remains open. The record then moves inland, to a different geography and a longer arc. Lewiston, Idaho, and Asotin, Washington, sit across from one another along the Snake River, linked by bridges and daily routines. Between 1979 and 1982, 5 young people from this region either vanished or were found murdered. For years, the incidents were treated as unrelated. Later reviews noted repetition rather than coincidence. One name appeared consistently across timelines and locations: Lance Jeffrey Voss. The sequence begins on April 28, 1979, in Asotin, Washington. Christina White was 12 years old. That afternoon, she attended the county fair. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, she phoned her mother from the home of a friend named Rose, saying she felt sick. Christina's mother did not have a car. She told her daughter to lie down with a cool cloth and return home when she felt better. Christina never did. She was last seen riding her white 10-speed bicycle near the 500 block of 2nd Street. Neither she nor the bicycle was ever recovered. Weeks later, some of her school papers were found scattered in a field outside town. What was not known at the time was that Christina had stopped at the home of Patricia Brennan, who would later become the wife of Lance Voss. Voss eventually acknowledged seeing Christina that day. He said she asked for help because she felt ill, and that he gave her a washcloth. When searches began, Voss participated actively. He suggested areas to check and remained present during organized efforts. Some investigators later questioned whether those suggestions were meant to redirect attention. More than 2 years passed. On June 26, 1981, 21-year-old Kristen David disappeared while riding her bicycle from Moscow, Idaho, to her summer job in Lewiston. Witnesses reported seeing her stopped and talking with a man driving a brown van. That same man had reportedly approached other female cyclists earlier that day. 8 days later, Kristen's dismembered torso was recovered from the Snake River. Over the following days, her arms, legs, and head were found separately. They were wrapped in black plastic and newspaper dated from April of that year. Her bicycle and personal belongings were never located. Kristen David had worked at the Lewiston Civic Theater. Lance Voss had worked there as well. The next disappearance occurred on September 12, 1982. That evening, 21-year-old Christina Nelson and her 18-year-old stepsister, Jacqueline Brandy Miller, left Christina's apartment on 4th Street to walk to a Safeway grocery store. Christina left a note for her boyfriend, stating they would be back shortly. Their route would have taken them past the Civic Theater. They never returned. Neither was seen alive again. That same night, 35-year-old Stephen Pearsall arrived at the Lewiston Civic Theater shortly after midnight. His girlfriend dropped him off at approximately 12:14 in the morning. He worked there as a janitor and told her he planned to do laundry and practice his clarinet. A patrol officer observed Stephen entering through a side door. Inside the building, his clarinet was later found. His car remained where it had been left. His paycheck was never cashed. Personal belongings were untouched. Stephen Pearsall also vanished. Lance Voss placed himself at the theater that night. He told police that earlier in the day, he and Stephen had worked together building a ship prop. According to Voss, Stephen left later to attend a party. Voss said he went out to get pizza, returned to the theater around 10 in the evening, lay down on a couch in the green room, and slept there until 4 in the morning. No one corroborated the account. In March 1984, 14-year-old Marvin Mead was collecting cans near Kendrick, Idaho, when he discovered human remains. They were identified as Christina Nelson and Brandy Miller. Rope recovered with the bodies was consistent with stage prop rope used at the Lewiston Civic Theater. The pattern was no longer abstract. The locations, the timelines, and the shared access points were already present in the record. I continue the assembly from recovery details and later determinations, keeping the sequence intact. Examination of the burial site where Christina Nelson and Brandy Miller were found suggested the bodies had been deposited elsewhere and later moved down a steep embankment. The terrain showed signs of disturbance inconsistent with a single event. Early suspicion briefly touched Stephen Pearsall, largely because he vanished the same night. That focus shifted as investigators reconsidered his role. Police began to believe Stephen had not been an offender but a witness, someone who had walked into an event already in motion. The working theory became that he had seen something he was not meant to see and was silenced as a result. His disappearance fractured his family. His sister, Rhonda, described him as quiet and gentle, someone who drew cartoons and used humor to connect with people. His father searched daily, checking ravines, walking unfamiliar areas, and speaking to strangers. Stephen had attended a retirement party earlier on the night he vanished, a detail that remained fixed in the family's timeline. Police searched Stephen's apartment. Nothing appeared disturbed or missing. Later, investigators used luminol inside the Lewiston Civic Theater in an attempt to detect blood. The building's lead-based paint interfered with the results, leaving them inconclusive. Despite that limitation, suspicion consolidated. In 1995, law enforcement publicly stated their belief that Christina Nelson, Brandy Miller, and Stephen Pearsall had all been killed at the Civic Theater. In 1998, Kristen David's case was formally linked to the same suspect. Internally, investigators had suspected for years that Christina White's disappearance was also connected. In 2011, the documentary Confluence identified Lance Jeffrey Voss as its primary suspect. The 2018 series Cold Valley reinforced the same conclusion, though it stopped short of naming him directly. Journalists and investigators who spent years reviewing the case reached similar conclusions independently. Earlier records added further context. In 1972, Lance Voss was arrested in San Jose, California, after attempting to break into a mortuary. Inside were the bodies of two recently deceased teenage girls, including a 17-year-old named Antoinette who had drowned. Voss was found outside the building carrying a flashlight, a knife, and a camera. He later pleaded guilty to trespassing. No explanation was given for his presence. Across later years, Voss repeatedly inserted himself into investigations. He joined community searches. He appeared at police stations asking about case progress. He suggested search areas that later appeared irrelevant or misleading. One officer recalled Voss approaching him casually on the street, asking about the serial killer investigation as if it were informal conversation. Multiple witnesses remembered him arriving at search efforts with a towel wrapped around his neck, similar to the washcloth he said he had given Christina White on the day she disappeared. His proximity remained consistent. Voss lived on the same street as Christina Nelson. He attended Lewis Clark State College at the same time she did. He worked with Kristen David at the Civic Theater. He placed himself at the theater on the night Christina Nelson, Brandy Miller, and Stephen Pearsall vanished. Despite this, he was never charged. Voss refused polygraph examinations and retained legal counsel. Voice stress analysis suggested deception, but without definitive physical evidence, and with Stephen Pearsall's body never recovered, prosecutors determined they could not secure a conviction. Lance Jeffrey Voss is reported to be living in North Carolina. In 2012, 16-year-old Kayla Campbell disappeared while riding her bicycle in Mint Hill, North Carolina, the same town where Voss was residing at the time. Her body was found days later in a nearby pond. Her death was ruled accidental. For the families of Christina White, Kristen David, Christina Nelson, Brandy Miller, and Stephen Pearsall, the timing registered differently. The forensic tools capable of resolving cases like this now exist. Similar investigations have been solved with less material evidence. Still, the record remains unchanged. Families continue holding vigils, distributing flyers, and asking questions. 5 young people disappeared or were killed between 1979 and 1982. The individual believed responsible has never been charged. Story 4. I am compiling this account as an evidence archivist, arranging what is documented before attempting any sense of sequence or implication. Denise Shalise Harriman was born on October 6, 1985, in Albiquestown, Guyana. The record shows that she moved to the United States at 5 years old with her family, settling in Richmond Hill, Queens. The neighborhood would later be referred to as Little Guyana, a reflection of its Indo-Caribbean population, rather than any official designation. Denise grew up on 109th Street with her parents and 2 older brothers, in a household shaped by migration, work, and the expectation that the move would eventually translate into stability. She was sometimes called Pinky or Pinks. Her mother, Sita Barron, described her as energetic and expressive, traits that were noted repeatedly by people who knew her during childhood. By the time Denise was 13, there were reports that her social circle had shifted. School absences were documented, and some of her friends were known to smoke and spend time away from home during school hours. These details appear in recollections rather than formal reports, but they recur with consistency. The family's disciplinary structure is often mentioned alongside these changes. Sita Baron had grown up in Guyana, where parenting norms were described as strict and direct. In the United States, she encountered legal and cultural limits that altered how discipline could be enforced. There is no single event tied to this tension, only a general understanding that Denise had more freedom than her parents had experienced at the same age. On the morning of August 27, 1999, Denise left home at approximately 8 o'clock to take the bus to school near Jamaica and Marco Avenues. Her mother was already at work. Later that day, the school contacted the family to report that Denise had not arrived. Because Denise had skipped school before, the call did not immediately trigger alarm. By the evening, she had not returned home. Family members checked locations she was known to visit and contacted friends. When those efforts produced nothing, they notified police. The New York Police Department classified Denise as a runaway. No Amber Alert was issued, and there is no indication of an active search initiated during that initial period. Nearly a year later, in 2000, another disappearance occurred within the same building. Shelley Sanker was 21 years old and originally from Trinidad. She lived on a different floor from Denise, first floor and second floor respectively, and they had developed a close relationship over time. Shelley was working as a real estate agent. According to available accounts, she disappeared after leaving to show a home. She did not return. Her family in Trinidad reported no further contact. Because they were not in the United States, there was uncertainty about who could formally report her missing. Sita Baron attempted to do so, but later stated that police refused to accept the report and warned her not to return. Both Denise and Shelley were acquainted with a man named Rudolph Mahindra Balgobin. In 1999, he was 31 years old. He was Shelley-Ann's boyfriend at the time. Multiple people described his behavior as controlling. He was known to spend time with both girls, walking them home and buying small items like ice cream, actions that stood out because of the age difference. When Denise first disappeared, Shelley and Balgobin participated in searches. After Shelley went missing, attention shifted toward him, though no charges followed at the time. In 2008, Balgobin was arrested in Florida for the murder of his girlfriend, Melissa Jean Oberweis, who was 26 years old. Court records state that he lured her with the promise of work in real estate, a detail that later drew comparison to Shelley-Ann's disappearance. In 2010, he was convicted and sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. His projected release date is listed as the year 2034. While incarcerated, Balgobin allegedly sent 2 letters to Sita Baron. In those letters, he asked her to send $200 in exchange for information about Denise's disappearance. Sita reported the letters to police. There is no record of a resulting interview or renewed investigation. In 2005, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reclassified Denise's case from runaway to endangered missing. A forensic age progression was later produced, showing what Denise might look like at age 38. Sita Baron has kept that image, continuing to wait for information that has not arrived. The classification change is noted in the file without accompanying investigative action. As of June 2025, Denise Shaliz Harriman and Shelley Sanker remain missing. No arrests have been made in connection with either disappearance. The existing records end without resolution, marked more by what failed to occur than by what did. I am recording this as a post-event examiner, placing documented conditions and witness statements into order before any inference is implied. At the time of her disappearance, Kathleen Patricia Haley lived alone in an apartment on the 2800 block of West Avenue in Newport News, Virginia. Family members described her as private, someone who separated her work life from her personal life with care. Even those close to her did not know where she was employed or what her work involved. Records later confirmed that she worked late nights as a dancer at Headlights, a gentleman's club in Portsmouth. She had not told her family the name of the club, or that she worked in that industry at all. This information emerged only after her disappearance, through police interviews with club staff. On September 1, 2012, Kathy spoke with her sister by phone. During that call, she said she would stop by later. She also mentioned having other plans that evening. She did not arrive at her sister's home. No further contact followed. 6 days passed before her family reported her missing, on September 7th. By then, there had been no phone calls, no messages, and no activity connected to her bank accounts or credit cards. When officers conducted a welfare check at Kathy's apartment, they found the bedroom partially dismantled. The bed, including the mattress and frame, had been removed entirely. Her computer was gone. A section of bedroom carpet had been cut out and taken away. In the bathroom, police documented cleaning supplies and several pairs of rubber gloves. Blood was visible on the bedroom wall and on the door. Inside a laundry basket, officers found clothing stained with blood. Additional mattresses with brown discoloration were located nearby. One of them was recovered from a dumpster close to the apartment complex. Kathy's car remained in the parking lot. The doors were unlocked, which her family stated was out of character. The driver's seat was pushed fully back, a position inconsistent with her height. Investigators concluded the person who last drove the vehicle was likely not Kathy. A witness later told police they saw a white male with blonde hair entering and exiting Kathy's apartment on September 4th, 3 days after she was last seen. According to the statement, the man used a key. The same individual was observed walking toward a dumpster while carrying a large rolled item, believed to be bedding. A composite sketch was released publicly. No identification followed. Kathy's dog, a boxer named Molly, was also missing. Molly was elderly at the time and known to be non-aggressive. Investigators noted that the dog's disappearance alongside Kathy suggested she may have known the person involved, someone the dog would not have reacted to. Family members acknowledged that Kathy could go several days without checking in, but they stated she always called her mother at least once or twice each week. In the days before September 1st, they reported no unusual behavior and no indication of distress. She had a boyfriend who had recently moved to Germany. There was no documented conflict between them, and he has never been publicly named as a suspect. Police interviewed employees at Headlights, but those interviews did not produce confirmed leads. Investigators considered the possibility that Kathy had met someone through a dating website, which could account for the missing computer. They also believed the removal of the bed and carpet was intended to conceal physical evidence of a violent assault or homicide. The scale of cleanup suggested planning and an effort to delay discovery, possibly until after scheduled trash collection. Despite the presence of blood, eyewitness accounts, and removed property, the investigation did not produce an arrest, a recovered body, or a confirmed motive. The apartment scene was processed as a potential homicide despite the absence of remains. Kathleen Haley was last known to be alive on September 1st, 2012. As of May 2025, she remains missing. The suspect seen entering her apartment has never been identified, and the case remains unsolved. Kevin Lamont McClam was born on April 2, 1982, in Indianapolis, Indiana. By 1997, he was living with his family in Goose Creek, South Carolina, within the Charleston Naval Weapons Station, where his family was stationed with the United States Navy. On the night of March 29, 1997, Kevin, then 14 years old, was at home playing video games with his younger sister. Their mother returned home that evening and spoke briefly with him. She and Kevin's sister went to bed. Kevin told his mother he planned to stay up and continue playing games. When the household woke the next morning, Kevin was gone. There were no signs of forced entry and no evidence of a struggle. He was never seen or heard from again. 2 days later, Kevin's clothing was discovered at a nearby construction site. I continue this record as a post-event examiner, adding subsequent findings as they entered the file rather than resolving them. Kevin's clothing was located 2 days after he disappeared. The items were spread along a roadway near a construction site, placed roughly 5 to 10 feet apart. Several pieces had spray paint on them. There were no signs of a struggle in the surrounding area, and investigators were unable to determine how the clothing came to be there. Witnesses later reported seeing someone matching Kevin's description walking along a dirt road near that same construction site on the afternoon of March 30, 1997, the day after he vanished. The individual was described as wearing only boxer shorts and sneakers. He appeared to be alone and showed no visible signs of distress. Kevin's mother stated that this behavior was entirely out of character. She said her son never left home without telling someone, never skipped meals, and was always home before dark. At the time, Kevin was an 8th grade student at Marrington Middle School. Teachers and classmates described him as responsible and well-liked. He did not use drugs and spent much of his free time playing basketball. His mother later suggested that Kevin might have sneaked out that night to meet friends, but when police followed up, those friends denied seeing him. No one placed him anywhere after the night of March 29th. For several years, the case remained dormant. In early 2006, authorities announced they were now treating Kevin's disappearance as a homicide, citing newly reviewed forensic material and information provided through public tips. In October of that year, law enforcement conducted a search in Goose Creek for Kevin's remains. Nothing was recovered. In December 2006, investigators publicly named a suspect, Thomas McCardle, who was incarcerated at the time on unrelated robbery charges. Around the same period, another man, Michael Moorcroft, allegedly claimed that he and McCardle had been involved in Kevin's death. Records indicate that both men would have been teenagers in 1997. Moorcroft later recanted his statement, saying he had fabricated the story. Despite this, cadaver dogs alerted to the possible presence of human remains beneath a shed at Moorcroft's childhood home. The area was excavated. Investigators reported that nothing of evidentiary value was found. Another theory emerged involving the tunnel system beneath Charleston, located near the naval base where Kevin lived. The tunnels, built in the mid-19th century, form a network of brick arches originally designed for drainage and sewage removal during the yellow fever epidemic. They extend for approximately 10 miles. It was said that children sometimes entered the tunnels to play. Long-standing rumors suggested bodies had been hidden there, though those claims have largely been dismissed. Kevin's family left South Carolina in 1998 and relocated to Georgia. They continued to wait for answers that did not come. Kevin Lamont McClam was last seen on March 30th, 1997. As of June 2025, he remains missing, and the case remains unresolved. Nancy Charlene Culperin, known as Charlene, was born on July 10, 1933, in Palacios, Texas, a coastal town with a small population. By 1982, she was 48 years old. She was a mother, a business owner, and a well-established figure in her community. After the accidental death of her husband, Charlene and her only son, Gary, continued running a successful agricultural business together. People who knew her described her as independent and firm, someone accustomed to responsibility. That routine ended abruptly in August of 1982. Charlene was found shot in the head inside her bedroom. The bullets had fragmented on impact. They were later identified as .22 caliber and provided limited forensic information. The discovery followed a phone call from Charlene's boyfriend, who contacted the house and spoke with Gary. During that call, Gary reportedly said, "Charlene doesn't look too good." When police arrived, Charlene was found dead on her bed. Attention quickly focused on two individuals, her boyfriend and her son. Family members and acquaintances told investigators that Gary had a history of physical abuse toward his mother. One former employee claimed to have overheard Gary threaten to kill her. At the same time, Charlene's friends told police she had been planning to end her relationship with her boyfriend, introducing another possible motive. Prosecutors presented the case to a grand jury, seeking an indictment against Gary for murder. After the proceedings, law enforcement came away believing the grand jury had declined to indict due to insufficient evidence. Gary had been arrested and released on a $100,000 bond. Following that, the case stalled. There was no trial, no further hearing, and no formal resolution. The file remained inactive for more than 30 years. In 2013, a newly elected sheriff in Matagorda County announced he would review 5 cold cases, including Charlene Culperin's. I continue as a post-event examiner, maintaining the same order of assembly as the material was re-entered into review. The renewed attention in Matagorda County led to the formation of a cold justice team. That group included former prosecutor Kelly Siegler, investigator Yolanda McCleary, and homicide detective Johnny Bonds. Their task was not to reinterpret the past, but to locate what had already existed within it. What they found altered the case's foundation. Records showed that on September 20, 1982, Gary Corporon had been formally indicted for murder by a grand jury. The indictment had not been rejected. It had been approved, yet it was absent. The district clerk at the time of the review, Becky Din, confirmed that there was no trace of the indictment in the official system. No filing, no dismissal, no transfer. Neither the former sheriff nor the district attorney who held office in 1982 agreed to comment on how an active indictment could vanish. For 31 years, Gary Corporon lived without restriction. He reportedly worked offshore in Louisiana. He had paid his bond. No trial date was ever scheduled. No court appearance was required. The case did not move forward because, procedurally, it no longer existed. In a small town like Palacios, where personal histories overlap, the disappearance of an indictment of this magnitude prompted speculation. Some residents questioned whether the failure was clerical or deliberate. Others spoke about informal protections, long-standing relationships, or decisions made quietly and never documented. There were also questions raised about bail money and insurance proceeds, though none of those theories were formally substantiated. During the renewed investigation, additional witnesses came forward. Several individuals stated they had seen Gary Corporon in possession of a .22 caliber rifle in the weeks before Charlene's death. One witness recalled Gary displaying the firearm during a fishing trip. The weapon itself was never recovered, but the caliber aligned with the bullets recovered from the crime scene. In a separate moment, Kelly Siegler visited her father's former barbershop, a place still marked by handwritten signs from her childhood. He was familiar with the Corporon family. He knew Charlene's boyfriend. The setting underscored how interconnected the community had been at the time of the murder. Despite the media exposure and the confirmation that an indictment had existed since 1982, the case did not advance to trial. As of June 2025, no trial date has been set for Gary Wayne Corporon. There has been discussion that Corporon could assert a violation of his right to a speedy trial, arguing that the delay was the responsibility of the state rather than his own actions. Under Texas law, such a defense is recognized. If successful, it would prevent prosecution not because the charge lacked merit, but because the system failed to act on its own indictment. The indictment was valid and active, but never executed. As of June 2025, Nancy Charlene Culpern's homicide remains unresolved in court, and the primary suspect remains free. Sandra Mary Jacobson, known as Sandy, was born on December 8, 1959, to Henry and Bernice Grensteiner. By 1996, she was living in Center, North Dakota, a small rural town in Oliver County. She was employed by the North Dakota Department of Transportation and was the mother of two sons, 16-year-old Spencer Nastrom from her first marriage and 5-year-old John Jacobson from her second marriage to Alan Jacobson, from whom she was estranged. On the evening of November 16, 1996, Sandy was driving with John toward Bismarck, approximately 40 miles away, where they planned to have dinner at her parents' home. During the drive, Sandy placed a call from her cell phone to the Bismarck Police Department. The call was recorded. Sandy sounded agitated and disorganized. She claimed that satanic ritual abuse was occurring at a farm near Center. When asked why she had not contacted local law enforcement, she said she did not trust the Center Police Department or the Oliver County Sheriff's Office. Sandy and John arrived at her mother Bernice's home at approximately 7:30 in the evening. Bernice later stated that Sandy appeared distressed and was behaving erratically. Sandy had a documented history of mental illness. After discussion, she agreed to admit herself to a hospital for evaluation. Before doing so, she insisted on leaving briefly to fill her car with gas. She told her mother she would return shortly. Sandy and John left in her gray 1990 Honda Civic. They did not come back. By 10 o'clock that night, Bernice contacted police to report them missing. The following day, Sandy's vehicle was located at Centennial Beach in Bismarck, near the Missouri River. The driver's side door was open. The keys were still in the ignition. Sandy's purse was on the front seat, with cash and personal items undisturbed. A gas receipt inside the car confirmed that Sandy had stopped for fuel, consistent with what she told her mother. Nearby, investigators found a single child's shoe. Family members did not recognize it and believed it appeared too large to belong to John. I continue this review as a post-event examiner, adding the remaining actions and statements as they were logged. After Sandy's vehicle was located, authorities initiated a search along the Missouri River near Centennial Beach. Officers canvassed the shoreline, and dive teams were deployed into the water. The conditions were hostile. Temperatures were below freezing, sections of the river were iced over, and the current was moving quickly. A comprehensive underwater search was not possible. Approximately 6 months later, another child's shoe was recovered in the same general area. Like the first, it could not be conclusively linked to John. No additional physical evidence was recovered from the riverbank or the water. Investigative focus then shifted toward Sandy's estranged husband, Alan Jacobson. The couple had separated roughly 3 months before the disappearance. Sandy reportedly believed divorce proceedings were already in motion, though investigators later confirmed that no formal paperwork had been filed. Allen told police he had been on a business trip in Missouri from November 16th through November 18th. He declined to provide a DNA sample and was described by investigators as uncooperative. He stated that he and Sandy had recently begun couples counseling in an attempt to reconcile, but records later showed he had not attended any sessions. Shortly after Sandy and John disappeared, Allen went to Sandy's trailer and removed personal property, including food and clothing, before the residence could be searched. When asked about Sandy's journal, which family members said she kept regularly, Allen denied ever seeing it. The journal has never been located. Spencer later told investigators that not long after the disappearance, he saw his mother's wedding rings inside a coin container in Allen's home. He was unsure whether Sandy had been wearing the rings on the night she vanished, but the discovery stood out to him. Allen denied taking them and said Sandy had left the rings with him at the time of their separation. Records also show that in the hours before Sandy disappeared, she attempted to call her former husband, Vernon Nastrom, Spencer's father. Vernon later told police that years earlier, Sandy had developed a fixation on apocalyptic ideas. On one occasion, she suggested that if the world were ending, they should meet at the Memorial Bridge in Bismarck and jump together. That bridge is located a short distance from where Sandy's car was later found. Vernon stated that Sandy's beliefs had changed over time and that she no longer supported the idea of taking one's own life, believing it would cause a person's soul to wander. He cooperated fully with investigators and was excluded as a suspect. In 2005, nearly 9 years after Sandy's disappearance, Vernon was killed in an unrelated incident. He was run over by someone driving his own vehicle and left in a ditch near Tuttle, North Dakota. His homicide remains unsolved. One theory advanced by investigators was that Sandy, experiencing a mental health crisis, may have killed her son and then entered the river herself. No physical evidence has been found to support this. No bodies have been recovered. No signs of violence were identified at the vehicle or along the shoreline. Questions persisted about the circumstances of that night, including why Sandy was allowed to leave alone with John despite her visible distress. Others suggested that her mental state may have made her vulnerable to outside interference, though no proof of such involvement has been established. After his mother's disappearance, Spencer was raised by his grandparents. At the time Sandy went missing, she was 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed approximately 145 pounds. She had brown hair, green or hazel eyes, and wore glasses. She was last seen wearing a blue sweatshirt, blue jeans, a blue down-filled jacket, and brown lace-up boots. John was approximately 3 feet tall and weighed 47 pounds. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and was last seen wearing a green winter coat with blue cuffs. Sandra Mary Jacobson and her son John were last seen on November 16, 1996. As of May 2025, they remain missing, and the case remains unresolved. Story 5. Gregory John May was born on March 19, 1945. Records place him in Bellevue, Iowa, in the year 2001, 55 years old, renting a house not far from the river. He dealt in antiques, with a particular focus on Civil War material, and earned additional income as a tattoo artist, a trade he had practiced for more than 2 decades in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. People who met him often noted his familiarity with history and a manner that tended to linger quietly rather than announce itself. In late 2000, he allowed 2 people to move into the house with him. One was Douglas DeBruin, a longtime acquaintance known by the nickname Moose, recently released from prison and heavily tattooed. The other was Julie Miller, DeBruin's girlfriend. The 3 shared the rental, commuted together to a tattoo parlor across the state line in Illinois, and were seen together regularly in local diners and bars. Telephone records and family statements show that Greg maintained frequent contact with his children. That pattern ended in mid-January of 2001. Calls stopped without explanation. His son, Don May, living in California, noticed the absence immediately, as it did not fit any earlier lapse. Weeks passed without contact. Don May and his sister, Shannon, traveled to Iowa and filed a missing persons report. When law enforcement entered Greg's residence, the interior did not reflect an abrupt departure so much as a removal. Furniture was gone. Civil War artifacts were missing. Clothing and personal items were largely absent. Neighbors described seeing Douglas DeBruin loading Greg's belongings into a yellow Ryder rental truck. Debruin told the landlord that he and Greg were ending the lease together and leaving town. That statement would not hold. Items from Greg's collection began appearing at auctions in Illinois. Some were donated to museums in Missouri, accompanied by letters bearing Greg's name, written as if he had chosen to give the pieces away himself. Investigators traced one transaction to a woman identified as Mary Claire. When they called the listed number, Julie Miller answered and represented herself as her mother. On March 1, 2001, the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation assumed control of the case. That same month, Greg's red Chevrolet Blazer was located abandoned in Aurora, Illinois. Additional stolen artifacts were recovered from an auction house in Rock Island. A separate statement came from Jan Buman, identified in records as a former girlfriend of Greg May. She reported visiting his house on January 11, 2001. No one answered the door. Looking through a window, she said she saw the lower half of Greg's body seated in a chair, unmoving, and Julie Miller inside the house, wiping material from the floor. By April of 2001, Debruin and Miller were located in Flagstaff, Arizona. They were arrested while still in possession of Greg's antiques. Inside their truck, investigators found a way station receipt. The ticket placed the vehicle near Kearney, Missouri, only days after Greg was last known to be alive. Several months earlier, in August of 2001, the owner of the Kearney Truck Plaza had discovered a 5-gallon bucket beneath a parked trailer. Inside was hardened concrete. A blue reflector protruded from the surface. When the container was opened, it was found to contain a human head encased in cement. A knit cap had been placed over the face before the concrete was poured, obscuring identifiable features. The remains were catalogued and stored. No identification followed. The skull remained a John Doe for nearly 4 years. In 2005, forensic sculptor Frank Bender created a clay reconstruction based on the skull. The image was circulated through the Doe network. A volunteer recognized similarities to an older photograph of Gregory May. Dental records later confirmed the match. The head recovered in Missouri belonged to Greg. By that point, Julie Miller had already been convicted in federal court for transporting stolen goods across state lines. She denied involvement in Greg's death until prosecutors offered immunity from homicide charges in exchange for testimony against Douglas Debruin. In court, Miller stated that on January 11, 2001, Debruin strangled Greg in the kitchen. According to her testimony, the body was moved to the basement afterward. There, it was dismembered using a knife and an electric chainsaw. She said she assisted in wrapping the remains in plastic. The limbs and torso were later discarded along Highway 52 and into the Mississippi River. Debruin took the stand and accused Miller of killing Greg. He acknowledged participating in the dismemberment, but claimed his memory of events was unclear. The jury rejected his account. In April of 2005, Douglas Debruin was convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree theft. The remaining portions of the body were never recovered. Douglas Debruin was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole and remains incarcerated at the Iowa State Penitentiary in Fort Madison. Julie Miller later pleaded guilty to perjury in federal court and served a custodial sentence in Minnesota. After her release in 2011, public records indicate she changed her name to Julie Anderson and is believed to have relocated to Webster, Wisconsin. For Greg May's family, the court decisions provided limited closure. Beyond the loss itself, they were confronted with the reality that Iowa law did not fully address the post-mortem treatment of a victim's body. Only Greg's head was ever recovered. No other remains have been located. His life had been shaped by preservation. He collected artifacts, documented history, and maintained objects meant to endure. The case record ends with an absence that has never been resolved. Holly Maria Jones was born on September 14, 1992, in Toronto, Ontario, to Maria Jones and George Stonehouse. She was the youngest of 4 children, growing up alongside her older siblings, Shauna, Natasha, and James. Family accounts and school records describe her as energetic, kind, and creative, with a strong attachment to music and performance. At 10 years old, Holly attended St. Louis G. Catholic Elementary School in Toronto's Junction Triangle neighborhood. She was active in school athletics, including cross-country running and basketball, and often volunteered to help younger students during lunch periods. Her daily routines were familiar to neighbors and teachers alike. On the evening of May 12, 2003, at approximately 6 o'clock, Holly left her home on Sterling Road to walk a younger neighborhood friend back to their house. It was a short route she had taken many times. After ensuring the child was safely inside, Holly began walking home alone. She was last seen a few blocks from her house. A neighbor later recalled Holly waving and saying goodbye as she continued along the sidewalk. By 8:30 that night, she had not returned home. Her mother initially believed Holly had stayed longer with her friend. When she called and learned Holly had left hours earlier, concern escalated quickly. Family members and neighbors began searching nearby streets, and police were contacted soon afterward. An Amber Alert was issued that night, among the first uses of the system in Ontario. The following morning, May 13th, a man walking his dog along the shoreline of Ward's Island in the Toronto Islands noticed a black duffel bag floating in the water. Inside were partial human remains wrapped in plastic. A second bag was discovered nearby. Police secured the area and began forensic examination. Authorities later confirmed that the remains belonged to Holly Jones. The discovery prompted a large-scale investigation. Based on the circumstances, investigators believed the person responsible likely lived nearby. Officers canvassed the Junction Triangle area and requested voluntary DNA samples from hundreds of local residents. Among those approached was Michael Breer, a 35-year-old software developer who lived alone in an apartment on Grace Street, a short distance from Holly's home. Breer declined to provide a DNA sample. Investigators documented the refusal and placed him under discreet surveillance. Soon after, police recovered a discarded soda can Breer left in a public area. DNA testing linked the sample to evidence recovered during the investigation. The match was confirmed through laboratory analysis. A search of Breer's apartment followed. Investigators noted fibers consistent with those associated with the crime scene and signs that the apartment had recently been cleaned extensively. The findings were entered into evidence. On June 20, 2003, Michael Breer was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. In June of the following year, he entered a guilty plea, bringing the case to a close without a trial. In his formal statement, Breer acknowledged abducting Holly after encountering her alone and admitted responsibility for her death. The details were recorded as part of the court file. After the killing, Michael Breer separated Holly Jones's body and placed the remains into 2 duffel bags. Records show that he traveled by taxi to the Toronto waterfront, where he attempted to submerge the bags in Lake Ontario using added weight. In later court proceedings, Breer described his actions as cruel and inhuman and stated that he accepted responsibility for what he had done. The sentencing judge imposed a life sentence, with parole eligibility set at 25 years, as required under Canadian law. The date for that eligibility falls in the year 2028, exactly 25 years after Holly's death. Breer is currently incarcerated at Cowansville Institution, a medium-security federal facility in Quebec. Approaching 60 years of age, he remains in custody pending any future parole review. In the years following Holly's death, her family and community established memorial efforts in her name. One of the earliest was a toy drive intended to support local children during the holiday season. Former neighbors and classmates continue to reference her in personal recollections, often describing routines and moments that predated the crime. Jade Brenda Elizabeth Morris was born on March 23, 2002, in Las Vegas, Nevada, to Philip Morris and Tawana Reeves. Family descriptions portray her as affectionate and academically curious, with interests that included reading, mathematics, music, dance, swimming, and animals. At 10 years old, Jade was a 5th grade honors student at Waston Elementary School. Her daily life was structured around school, family, and familiar routines. Those routines ended in December of 2012. On December 21st, Jade left her mother's home to go Christmas shopping with Brenda Stokes Wilson, a former partner of Jade's father. Brenda had known the family for several years and was considered someone Jade could trust. Jade's father was out of town at the time, and the arrangement was described as informal and routine. Jade did not return home that evening. By approximately 9 o'clock, her mother contacted police to report her missing. Later that night, authorities learned that Brenda Stokes Wilson had been arrested at the Bellagio Casino following a violent incident involving a co-worker, Joyce Rowland, who sustained serious injuries but survived. During questioning, Brenda denied involvement in Jade's disappearance and did not assist investigators. On December 27th, 6 days after Jade was last seen, a passerby discovered a child's body in an undeveloped desert area near North 5th Street and the 215 Beltway, several miles from Jade's home. The remains were later identified as Jade Morris. Investigators documented multiple injuries and determined that the death was the result of an attack involving a bladed weapon. Physical evidence linked the crime to Brenda Stokes Wilson. Jade's blood was recovered from the interior of a red Saab Brenda had used on the night of the disappearance. DNA evidence further connected Brenda's clothing to the offense. Brenda was arrested and charged with kidnapping and murder. During interrogation, she told investigators that she had contacted a medical provider days earlier seeking psychiatric admission, stating she feared she might harm someone. Records indicated she had stopped taking prescribed medication. Investigators examined possible motives and focused on jealousy related to personal relationships involving Jade's father. In 2013, Brenda Stokes Wilson was convicted of Jade Morris's murder and the earlier assault at the casino. She was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Jade Morris was 10 years old at the time of her death. Her killing had a lasting impact on her family and the Las Vegas community. Lorraine Lariveau was born on October 17, 1967, in Columbus, Ohio, to James and Jane Heiser. In 1976, her family relocated to Security Widefield, Colorado, a residential area near Colorado Springs. She adjusted to the move and later attended Widefield High School, where her records begin to place her within the local community. Lorraine Lariveau was remembered by those close to her as soft-spoken and attentive, someone whose life centered on caring for others. By her mid-20s, she was living in Security Widefield, Colorado, focused on raising her young son, Stephen, and maintaining a relationship with a man named Jerome Harden. Friends described her priorities as narrow and consistent, largely confined to family and familiar routines. On the evening of December 19, 1991, Lorraine spent time at Jerome's residence along with her sister, Robin Bragg, and Robin's boyfriend, Anthony Phillip. At some point that night, Lorraine said she wanted to go to Bumper's bar. No one else planned to go, but Anthony eventually offered to drive her. That departure marked the last confirmed sighting of Lorraine alive. Anthony later told investigators that he dropped Lorraine off at the bar, stopped at a convenience store to buy cigarettes, and then drove home. The timeline raised questions. The expected drive from the bar to his residence was approximately 17 minutes. Anthony reported it took more than an hour and could not account for the difference. When Lorraine failed to return home, her family reported her missing. Search efforts began across El Paso County, an area covering more than 2,000 square miles. With limited information and no confirmed destination, progress was slow. On January 20th, more than a month later, a woman jogging near Sand Creek discovered human remains lodged between large pieces of discarded construction concrete in a ravine. The body was partially clothed. Authorities later confirmed the remains belonged to Lorraine Lariveau. Investigators documented physical evidence in the surrounding area. A single cigarette, but was found approximately 10 yards from the body. Farther along the creek bed, officers located Lorraine's pants, underwear, and shoes scattered across the ground. The autopsy determined that Lorraine died from internal injuries, including damage to vital organs and head trauma, consistent with a severe physical impact. At that stage, investigators had limited leads. Both Jerome Harden and Anthony Phillip provided DNA samples. Attention gradually focused on Anthony, the last known person to be with Lorraine, and the individual whose account contained unresolved gaps. Anthony eventually confessed. He stated that he and Lorraine stopped near Sand Creek while driving. According to his statement, an argument followed, and Lorraine exited the vehicle. He described a physical exchange, after which she fell down the ravine. Rather than seeking assistance, he left the area and later discarded her clothing. Despite the findings and his admission, Anthony Phillip was sentenced to 6 years in prison and served approximately 3. In the weeks following Lorraine's disappearance and death, Anthony remained close to the family. Witnesses recalled him attending searches, distributing missing person flyers, and offering physical comfort to Lorraine's mother, including shielding her from televised images during the recovery of the body. His role was not questioned publicly at the time. Lorraine's family continues to live with the loss, shaped not only by her death, but by the outcome of the case and the brevity of the sentence imposed. Yarmila Falater was born on February 5, 1955, in Cook County, Illinois. By 1997, she was living in Phoenix, Arizona, with her husband, Scott Falater, and their 2 children. To neighbors, co-workers, and fellow church members, The Faylaters appeared orderly and stable, closely involved in their religious community. Scott Faylater worked as an electrical engineer at Motorola and taught religious education classes at his church. Accounts from those who knew him described him as dependable and disciplined. In the early morning hours of January 16, 1997, Scott later told police that he and Yarmila were awakened around 3 o'clock by the sound of footsteps on gravel outside their bedroom window. He said he checked the perimeter of the house, found nothing out of place, and returned to bed, though he reported sleeping poorly afterward. The following day followed a typical routine. Scott went to work, returned home in the evening, shared dinner with his family, and prepared materials for a church lesson scheduled for the next morning. Later that night, Yarmila asked him to look at a problem with their pool filter. Around 9 o'clock, Scott went outside briefly, but stopped because of the darkness. When he returned, Yarmila was asleep on the couch. He later stated that he kissed her and went to bed, intending to address the pool issue the next day. Scott Faylater later estimated the time as somewhere between 9:30 and 10 that night. The next moment he said he could recall was standing at the top of the stairs in his pajamas, facing a police officer who had his weapon drawn. That police response was triggered by a neighbor. The neighbor reported being awakened by screaming coming from the Faylater residence. Looking out a window, they witnessed Scott dragging Yarmila's injured body across the yard and forcing it into the family swimming pool. The call to emergency services was placed immediately. When officers arrived, they found Yarmila floating face down in the water. She was pronounced dead at the scene. A medical examination later documented 44 stab wounds. Many were consistent with defensive injuries. Several were determined to be fatal on their own. During the search of the property, investigators examined the garage and Scott's Volvo. Inside the vehicle, they found a hunting knife and Scott's blood-stained clothing. Both had been placed inside a plastic food container. The items were intact and deliberately stored. Prosecutors later outlined a sequence that extended beyond the killing itself. They argued that Scott had showered, changed clothes, cleaned areas of the home, and attempted to conceal physical evidence. Testimony from the neighbor added another detail. During the attack, Scott had briefly paused and looked toward the fence after being startled by a sound. Investigators interpreted that reaction as awareness of his surroundings. Scott did not deny causing his wife's death. He acknowledged stabbing her, placing her in the pool, and hiding evidence. His position remained that these actions occurred while he was asleep. He maintained that he had no conscious memory of the events and attributed them to sleepwalking. The case drew national attention. Media coverage focused heavily on the explanation offered by the defense, and Scott became widely referred to as the sleepwalking killer. At trial in 1999, prosecutors in Maricopa County sought the death penalty. The defense presented expert testimony suggesting Scott suffered from parasomnia, a sleep disorder associated with complex behaviors performed without conscious awareness. Jurors were asked to consider whether such a condition could account for the sequence of actions documented by investigators. The jury rejected that explanation. They cited the apparent planning involved, the use of gloves, the choice of weapon, the cleanup, and the concealment of evidence. These factors were viewed as inconsistent with an unconscious state. In 2000, Scott Faylater was convicted of first-degree murder. Although the death penalty was an available sentence, the court imposed life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, influenced in part by statements from his children and others during sentencing. Scott remains incarcerated in Arizona. In later statements, he has said that he practices meditation, follows a structured sleep routine, and corresponds with individuals who experience sleep disorders. He continues to assert that Yarmila's death resulted from an episode beyond his control. The record contains only one prior account suggesting abnormal sleep behavior. Yarmila had once mentioned to a friend that she woke to find Scott sorting through clothing during the night. No other documented incidents were identified. Investigators and prosecutors emphasized different details. The weapon used was a hunting knife, not an object taken from a nearby kitchen. Scott had treated an injury to his own hand, washed himself, changed clothes, and placed key evidence into a sealed container. Yarmila was then left in the pool. For Yarmila's family, the case never centered on medical uncertainty. Their understanding was shaped by the sequence of actions recorded that night and by the final verdict, which closed the legal record, but not the questions that followed. Story 6. Andrew Ramy Cato IV was born on May 16, 1989, at St. Joseph's Hospital in Augusta, Georgia. Hospital records list no complications. Family recollections describe him as Drew, a name used consistently in personal correspondence and later in case files. Employment records show that at 28 years old, he worked as a fitter for FireTech, and payroll documentation places him regularly at the International Paper Facility on Mike Paget Highway. Separate records identify him as the father of 2 children, Aliona and Hayden, with shared custody arrangements in place at the time. Statements collected from relatives and friends describe routine social gatherings at his residence, frequent cookouts, and steady contact with his siblings, Morgan and Paul, with particular closeness noted between Drew and his sister. The timeline begins to narrow in early May of 2018. On Saturday, May 5th, Drew reported for his scheduled shift at International Paper. Time logs indicate he completed that shift at approximately 11:30 in the evening. He left the facility driving a 2011 gray Ford Focus registered to his sister, a vehicle he had borrowed and planned to return the following Monday. He did not arrive home that night. By Monday morning, when he failed to appear for prearranged errands, his absence was reported to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. A missing person entry was created, and search activity began shortly afterward. Volunteer and law enforcement search efforts expanded over several days. Drones, four-wheel vehicles, boats, and tracking dogs were deployed. Cellular data indicated a final phone signal in a wooded area, which was searched without immediate results. Several days later, the Ford Focus was located abandoned near the Brickyard Ponds. The vehicle interior contained tangled fishing line and deposits of red dirt and red clay. Investigators noted this condition as inconsistent with prior descriptions of the car's usual state, which family members said had been recently detailed. A reward of approximately $3,100 was offered by the family. Tips were received, but did not produce confirmed leads. The case remained open without resolution until Thursday, May 24th. On that date, investigators identified Drew's former girlfriend, 23-year-old Blake Wolf, as a person of interest. During interviews, Wolf provided varying accounts, including claims that Drew had been suicidal and using drugs. These statements shifted across multiple interviews. Later on May 24th, Wolf admitted involvement in Drew's death. She identified a second participant, 23-year-old Devin Stringfield, and described the killing as planned in advance. Case notes reference prior custody disputes involving Hayden. Curtis Cato, Drew's brother, confirmed ongoing tension related to those arrangements. Family statements indicate Drew had recently expressed concern about his child's welfare and had discussed seeking full custody, including the possibility of contacting the Department of Family and Children's Services. According to investigative findings, after leaving work on the night of May 5th, Drew went to meet Wolf under the understanding that they would talk. Stringfield was present at the location, waiting with a firearm equipped with a suppressor. Drew was shot in the head and then shot multiple additional times. His body was placed into a toolbox mounted in the bed of Stringfield's truck. Witness statements later confirmed that this toolbox had been emptied several days earlier. The Ford Focus was then abandoned near the Brickyard Ponds, and the truck was driven across the state line into South Carolina. The burial site was a remote wooded area in McCormick County. On Sunday, May 27th, investigators followed a tip to that location. Drew's body was recovered, and an autopsy confirmed death by multiple gunshot wounds. Both Wolf and Stringfield were arrested and charged with malice murder, second-degree murder, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. In the year 2020, both defendants entered guilty pleas to malice murder. Each received a sentence of life in prison plus 5 years, with eligibility for parole after 30 years. As part of the plea agreements, both were prohibited from contacting any member of Drew's family, including Hayden. Court documents specify that if Hayden chooses to initiate contact after reaching adulthood, Wolf must petition the court for permission. Both defendants also agreed to refrain permanently from public discussion of the crime and from any form of financial gain connected to it. Autopsy findings were consistent with the sequence described in the final statements. After sentencing, custody records were amended. Hayden was placed in the care of Drew's father, Andrew Cato III, through a family court order issued after the convictions. Correctional intake documents show that Blake Wolf was assigned to Pulaski State Prison, while Devin Stringfield was transferred to Phillips State Prison to serve his sentence. The case continued to generate new filings. Investigators later arrested a third individual, Virginia Wolfe Reynolds, Blake Wolfe's mother. According to charging documents, Blake told her about the killing the day after it occurred. Reynolds did not report that information to authorities. She was charged with concealing a death and entered a guilty plea. The sentence imposed did not include incarceration. Court records list 10 years of probation, with conditions that included a curfew, mandatory employment, a fine of approximately $10,000, and a prohibition on contacting any member of Drew's family. The agreement also specified that violations could result in prison time. In the months that followed, Drew's family established a non-profit organization known as Project Drew. Incorporation filings describe its mission as supporting families of missing persons and advocating for victims' rights throughout the central Savannah River area. The organization's activities are documented separately from the criminal proceedings. A different case emerged the following year, again in Augusta, Georgia. Edward Keith Crew, age 55, was living with his wife, Sandra Crew, in the Glen Hills neighborhood. Friends and relatives described him as steady and reliable, someone who maintained long relationships and regular contact with family. Police reports placed the incident on November 23, 2019. On that night, Sandra struck Edward in the head between 8 and 10 times with a steel horseshoe stake. In a statement later attributed to her, she said the couple had argued and that Edward had chased her with a knife. She told investigators she acted in self-defense, stating that she continued striking him even after he stood back up. Physical evidence later confirmed repeated blunt force trauma. After Edward was no longer moving, she placed his body into a shallow hole beside the carport. The hole had already been dug. Lime was applied, and the grave was covered with approximately 2 feet of soil. For more than 2 months, the body remained there. Weather records confirm sustained heat during that period. Concerns from Edward's family began soon after. His stepmother, Kelly Crew, contacted authorities repeatedly. On December 21st, neighbors observed Sandra discarding a mattress, carpet, and clothing along the roadside. Kelly relayed this information to investigators and asked whether the items would be collected. She was told there was no reason to do so. She continued calling. Phone logs and later released emails show repeated weekly contact. Around the same time, neighbors reported buzzards gathering above the property, a detail noted but not acted upon. Despite these reports, no immediate search occurred. Sandra told others that Edward had left voluntarily, carrying approximately $200 and a sleeping bag, claiming he planned to have Thanksgiving dinner with a friend. That friend was later identified as Lisa Sestry Harkins, Edward's closest friend for 4 decades, who stated she had not heard from him. When Edward's parents traveled from Virginia in December, Sandra had still not filed a missing persons report. By then, several weeks had passed. Earlier incidents were also documented. In mid-2019, Sandra had been arrested for domestic violence after allegedly striking Edward in the head with a hammer. A protective order was issued. Edward's family referenced this history when filing the missing persons report. Under Georgia law, probable cause is required to obtain a search warrant. Internal correspondence later showed investigators were aware of prior violence, inconsistent statements, Sandra's refusal to report Edward missing, reports of odors, suspicious disposal of household items, and repeated family complaints. No warrant was sought at that time. Sandra remained at the home. Witnesses described her sitting on the carport for extended periods, limiting visitors, and rarely leaving the property. Multiple calls from family members were logged, but did not result in a site search. In February of 2020, Edward's body was discovered beside the carport. Identification was confirmed through fingerprint analysis. The coroner determined the cause of death to be blunt force trauma. Sandra Lee Dales was arrested and charged with malice murder, felony murder, and concealing a death. Bond was denied. She remained in custody as the case proceeded to trial. At trial, the defense argued self-defense. A social worker testified that Sandra suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder and battered person syndrome. The prosecution relied on physical evidence, the timeline, and the extended concealment of the body. At trial, prosecutors focused on sequence and contradiction. They drew attention to Sandra Lee Dales's shifting accounts and reminded jurors that only months before Edward Keith Crew's death, she had an unresolved charge for striking him in the head with a hammer. That history was entered alongside photographs, timelines, and testimony regarding the prolonged concealment of his body. The jury returned a mixed verdict. Sandra was found guilty of felony murder and of concealing a death. The malice murder charge was reduced to voluntary manslaughter, with jurors indicating that the domestic abuse testimony had been considered in that decision. Sentencing followed. The court imposed 20 years in prison for the voluntary manslaughter of Edward Keith Crew and an additional 10 years for concealing his death, to be served concurrently. At the time, Sandra Lee Dales was 58 years old. Department of Corrections projections placed her release at approximately 78 years of age. For Edward's family, the outcome did not resolve the earlier period of inaction. Records show months of calls, emails, and in-person visits before the search occurred. They have stated consistently that had those warnings been acted upon, Edward might have been found much sooner, rather than remaining buried beside the carport while concerns accumulated without response. A separate case from another state begins with a different set of records. Mackenzie Nicole Cowell was born on April 1, 1992. By age 17, she was living in Orondo, Washington, and was a senior at Wenatchee High School. School and employment records list her as a member of the dance team, a working model, and a cosmetology student at the Academy of Hair Design. Statements from instructors and family describe her as organized, forward-looking, and closely connected to her parents. On Tuesday, February 9, 2010, Mackenzie told classmates she would be gone for about 15 minutes. She left the academy building during the afternoon hours. Surveillance footage shows her walking to her red Pontiac Grand Prix. Phone records indicate she sent a text message to her boyfriend, "Hey, what's up?" as she drove away. No further outgoing communication was recorded. By 5 o'clock that evening, when she did not arrive for dinner with her father, Reed Cowell, concern escalated. Calls to her phone went unanswered. That night, a rancher contacted police after noticing a red car abandoned near his driveway, approximately 40 miles from Mackenzie's home and well outside her usual route. Inside the vehicle were her purse and clothing. Her phone, keys, and debit card were missing. Investigators noted a single set of shoe prints leading away from the car. Search operations began and quickly expanded, with assistance from the FBI. 4 days later, a passerby discovered Mackenzie's body near the Columbia River at Crescent Bar. She was fully clothed, positioned with her feet in the water, approximately 50 yards from a vacant house. A knife remained lodged in her shoulder. Nearby, officers located trash bags and duct tape. The autopsy documented blunt force trauma, stab wounds, and strangulation. Attempts had been made to mutilate her body. There was no evidence of sexual assault. Following the recovery, a multi-agency task force was formed. More than 800 interviews were conducted. Early investigative focus included Mackenzie's boyfriend and her mother's boyfriend. Both were ruled out through alibi verification and forensic review. Attention then shifted after a tip from a college student and known drug informant, Liz Reed. She claimed Mackenzie had been killed by 2 local drug dealers, Sam Cuevas and Emmanuel Soros, in a case of mistaken identity. Reed initially alleged a recorded killing, then withdrew that portion of her statement. DNA evidence did not connect either man to the scene, and both were cleared. Another name entered the file, Christopher Scott Wilson. Wilson was 29 years old and attended the same beauty school as Mackenzie. Multiple witnesses told investigators he spoke frequently about death and serial killers. Documentation noted a Hannibal Lecter tattoo and prior employment at a funeral home. When interviewed, Wilson said he barely knew Mackenzie. He consented to provide a DNA sample. Laboratory analysis identified a match to evidence recovered during the investigation. A subsequent search of Wilson's former apartment was conducted. Using luminol, investigators detected Mackenzie Cowell's blood beneath carpeting and padding, preserved in areas not visible to the eye. The DNA profile was consistent across multiple samples recovered from separate locations. By the time investigators returned to Christopher Scott Wilson's former apartment, he had already moved out. The unit was no longer occupied, but the interior still produced evidence. Luminol testing revealed blood beneath the carpet and padding, later confirmed to belong to Mackenzie Cowell. Surveillance footage from the Academy of Hair Design added a separate point of reference. Cameras showed Wilson leaving the building approximately 1 minute after Mackenzie exited. Additional witness statements placed a man matching his description near the location, where her car was later found abandoned. A forensic review of Wilson's computer followed. Investigators documented extensive internet searches focused on serial killers. Stored on the same device were photographs of Wilson's former girlfriend, Tessa Schulman, posed on the apartment floor in the precise location where Mackenzie's blood had been detected, positioned as if dead. Schulman later stated she was unaware of the blood and said Wilson instructed her on how to pose. Further material came from Schulman's phone. One video showed Wilson walking through the apartment, speaking aloud about the space and referencing what had happened there in the context of trying to recover his security deposit. In messages to her new boyfriend, Schulman urged him to pray for her, stating that something bad had occurred. Wilson continued to deny responsibility. His defense was led by John Henry Brown, an attorney known for representing high-profile defendants in earlier decades. The defense argued that the blood evidence had been planted, that other suspects had not been fully eliminated, and that investigators had prematurely focused on Wilson. Brown also argued there was no established motive. Wilson was initially charged with second-degree murder. As jury selection approached and evidentiary filings accumulated, he accepted a plea agreement. He pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter, first-degree robbery, and second-degree assault. The court imposed a sentence of 14 years and 3 months, the statutory maximum for the combined charges. After entering the plea, Wilson stated that he maintained his innocence and said he had accepted the agreement due to concerns about receiving a fair trial in a small, emotionally affected community. Christopher Scott Wilson was released from custody on December 11, 2023, after serving just over 11 years. Public records following his release are limited. He has continued to assert that he did not kill Mackenzie Cowell. In the early morning hours of February 21, 2006, a different case unfolded in Mesa, Arizona. A neighbor called emergency services after hearing 5 rapid gunshots followed by screaming. Patrol officers were dispatched to a residence near the intersection of Ellsworth and Baseline Roads. Inside the home, 5 people were found dead. The victims were Tammy Lavelle, age 32, her boyfriend, Stephen Duffy, age 30, Stephen's younger brother, Shane Duffy, age 18, and Tammy's 2 children, Cassandra, age 15, and Jacob, age 10. Investigators determined that all 5 had been shot execution style. Attention turned quickly to William Craig Miller, Tammy and Stephen's former employer. Miller owned a Scottsdale-based restoration company specializing in fire and flood damage. Financial records and witness statements later showed that in late 2005, Miller had intentionally set fire to his own home in an attempt to collect insurance proceeds. Stephen Duffy assisted in setting the fire. Tammy Lavelle subsequently contacted authorities and reported the scheme. Both Tammy and Stephen agreed to cooperate with investigators. Miller was indicted on charges of arson and insurance fraud, and his trial date was approaching. According to testimony later presented in court, Miller attempted to hire 4 different individuals to kill Tammy and Stephen to prevent them from testifying. Each declined. Investigators concluded that Miller then decided to act on his own. On the night of February 20th, Miller drove to the Mesa residence carrying 3 firearms, 2 of which were later confirmed to be registered to him. He entered the home and shot each occupant. Jacob was killed by a gunshot to the forehead at close range. Cassandra, Tammy, Stephen, and Shane were also shot and killed. Less than a week later, Miller reported a burglary at his rental home. Investigators determined the break-in had been staged. Ballistics and other physical evidence recovered from the scene connected Miller to the murders. Miller initially agreed to plead guilty, then reversed course. He dismissed his attorney and sought to represent himself. The court ordered a psychiatric evaluation after concerns were raised. Defense filings cited bipolar disorder and past trauma, but evaluators found Miller competent to stand trial. The trial began in August of 2011, more than 5 years after the killings. 4 witnesses testified that Miller had approached them to commit the murders. Jurors also heard evidence regarding the staged burglary and forensic links tying Miller to the crime scene. Deliberations lasted less than 3 hours. The jury returned guilty verdicts on 5 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of burglary, and 4 counts of solicitation to commit murder. Sentencing concluded the Mesa case. William Craig Miller received the death penalty and was transferred to death row in Florence, Arizona, where he remains. Court records also show that before the murder trial began, Miller had already entered guilty pleas to arson and insurance fraud related to the fire at his own home. For those offenses, he was sentenced to 16 years in prison and ordered to pay restitution exceeding $500,000. The criminal proceedings closed, but the loss did not resolve into anything orderly. Tammy Lavelle had come forward to investigators. Her cooperation was documented, formal, and voluntary. The record shows that decision placed her, her children, and the people around her directly in harm's path. Another case file begins years earlier, in Florida. Tiffany Raymond Unick was born on August 26, 1992, and lived in Pembroke Park. Family photographs and school notes describe her at 6 years old as energetic and expressive, with no medical concerns noted prior to the summer of 1999. On Wednesday, July 28, Tiffany was dropped off by her mother at the home of Kathleen Grosette Tate, a family friend. Kathleen agreed to watch her. According to later testimony, Kathleen lay down to nap, leaving Tiffany in the living room with her 12-year-old son, Lionel Tate. School records and witness statements describe Lionel as physically large for his age, weighing more than 170 pounds, with a history of aggressive behavior and disciplinary issues. No other adults were present in the room. Several hours later, Lionel woke his mother and said Tiffany was not breathing. Emergency services were called. Tiffany was transported to the hospital, where she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The medical examiner documented extensive injuries. These included a fractured skull, broken ribs, a lacerated liver, a perforated bowel, internal bleeding, and widespread blunt force trauma. The examiner concluded the injuries were consistent with a fall from a 3-story building, not with accidental roughhousing. Lionel told police he had been imitating professional wrestling moves he had seen on television. He described body-slamming Tiffany, dropping his elbow onto her, and holding her in a headlock, framing the actions as play. Prosecutors challenged that account. They argued the injuries reflected sustained force applied repeatedly. Neighbors testified that Lionel had a pattern of bullying younger children. Investigators also noted that his account changed over time. Kathleen Tate acknowledged hearing Tiffany scream during the incident. She did not intervene. She later admitted telling the child to be quiet. At trial, prosecutors presented a theory that Lionel wanted Tiffany out of the way because he had developed a fixation on Tiffany's mother. Witnesses described his effect after Tiffany's death as detached. Tiffany's mother testified that when she told Lionel her daughter had died, he shrugged and rolled his eyes. The following day, he asked if he could live with her and keep Tiffany's toys. Lionel Tate was tried as an adult. In the year 2001, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, becoming the youngest person in the United States to receive that sentence. The defense argued that Lionel lacked intent and had been mimicking professional wrestling. The World Wrestling Federation publicly rejected the claim, stating that the narrative was false and misleading. Prosecutors emphasized that the case was not about imitation, but about uncontrolled violence. The sentence drew international attention. Child psychologists, legal scholars, and human rights organizations questioned whether a 12-year-old could be held to adult criminal standards. Others argued the severity of the injuries required the harshest response available under the law. In 2004, an appellate court overturned Lionel Tate's conviction, ruling that he had not received an adequate mental competency evaluation prior to trial. After further proceedings, he accepted a plea agreement. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was released under a sentence of 10 years of probation. The plea was entered to avoid retrial under the original charges. The record did not end with Lionel Tate's release. In the year 2005, approximately 1 year after leaving custody under the plea agreement, Lionel was arrested again. Charging documents state that he was accused of robbing a pizza delivery driver at gunpoint and assaulting a resident inside the home where the delivery had been made. The incident triggered both new felony charges and a review of his probation status. Prosecutors filed counts of armed robbery, armed burglary with battery, and violation of probation. Court proceedings moved quickly. In 2006, Lionel was sentenced to 30 years in prison for violating probation, with an additional 10 years for the robbery charges, to be served concurrently. Department of Corrections records list his projected release date as September of 2030. Earlier supervision failures were also entered into the case history. In 2004, while under house arrest, Lionel was found outside his residence carrying an 8-inch knife. That violation resulted in additional restrictions and was cited later as evidence of continued noncompliance with court-ordered supervision. Over time, the documentation surrounding his conduct shifted how the case was discussed in legal filings and public records. Initial characterizations that focused on immaturity and isolated violence were replaced with repeated references to escalation and risk management. Tiffany Unick's name appears unchanged in those records. She remains 6 years old in every document, fixed to the date her injuries were recorded and her life ended. Her family statements, entered separately, focus on remembrance rather than outcome. Story 7. I am compiling the record as an evidence archivist, arranging materials as they appear, allowing conclusions to remain secondary to what was documented. Aaron Preston Rains was born on August 3, 1981, to Thomas and Barbara Rains. He was the youngest of 6 children. School records from Cincinnati, Ohio, place him in the 4th grade, with teachers noting a cooperative temperament, an eagerness to help, and a preference for spending his free time outdoors. Nothing in those early descriptions suggests caution. The language used by adults around him consistently emphasized trust. On the afternoon of May 11, 1992, Aaron did not return home from school. The concern registered quickly. A missing child report was filed, and searches focused on the Lower Price Hill area, where abandoned structures were known to exist. His body was later located in the basement of a vacant building on West 8th Street. He was bound, had sustained extensive blunt force injuries, and was left where he fell. Investigators recovered a metal pipe near the body. Injuries to Aaron's head were consistent with that object. Wooden boards and a large rock were also identified as weapons. The condition of the basement suggested a prolonged assault rather than a single fatal strike. Aaron had resisted. 2 men, Michael Bias and Darrell Gom, were arrested shortly after. During questioning, both admitted to luring Aaron into the building by offering to pay him to help collect scrap metal. According to their statements, once inside the basement, they attempted to sexually assault him. When he fought back, the violence escalated. After he died, he was left tied on the floor. Both men were convicted of murder, kidnapping, and attempted sexual assault. Each received a death sentence. Those outcomes did not remain intact. Federal court reviews later found that neither man had received a fair trial. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that both were intellectually disabled and therefore ineligible for execution. The court also cited withheld evidence and the use of hearsay testimony during the original proceedings. For Aaron's family, the reversals did not close the case. Barbara Rains and her children attended hearings for more than 20 years, maintaining their presence as decisions shifted. Community response followed a similar pattern. The Lower Price Hill Community Council had, even before the murder, warned city officials about the dangers posed by abandoned buildings in the area. After Aaron's death, the building on West 8th Street was demolished. A nearby lot was converted into a memorial garden. In 2015, after serving 23 years in prison, Michael Bias accepted a plea agreement. He pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter, kidnapping, attempted sexual assault, and aggravated burglary. He was sentenced to 35 years in prison. With credit for time served, his projected release is around the year 2035. Following release, he is required to serve 5 years of probation and to register as a sex offender for 10 years. Darrell Gom remains incarcerated, serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole. More than 3 decades after Aaron Rains was killed, the case remains present in records and hearings, carried forward through altered sentences, appellate rulings, and a memorial placed where a building once stood. The file then turns to another set of names, another city, and a different timeline. Christy Giles was 24 years old. She was a model from Alabama with an interest in interior design that had begun to shape her plans. Hilda Marcela Cabrales Arzola was 26, an architect from Mexico, a cum laude graduate who had recently moved to Los Angeles to begin work in design. Both were in the early stages of building independent lives in the city. On November 12, 2021, they attended an art exhibit at Soho House in West Hollywood. From there, they went to a warehouse party in East Los Angeles to see a DJ they liked. Images from that night show them in the VIP section, dancing and smiling. At the party, they were seen with David Pierce, age 42, who described himself as a Hollywood producer, his roommate, Brant Osborne, age 45, an actor, and another man, Michael Ansbach. At approximately 5:30 in the morning, Christy sent a text message to Hilda. "Let's go." Hilda replied that she would call an Uber and that it was 10 minutes away. When the driver arrived, neither woman came outside. After waiting briefly, the driver left. That message from Christy was the last one she sent. Later that day, Christy's husband, Jan Silliers, noticed that her phone location showed Southern California Hospital in Culver City. He contacted her parents in Alabama and reached out to friends who had been with the women earlier that night. No one was able to reach Christy or Hilda. Jan left San Francisco and returned to Los Angeles. When hospital staff contacted Christy's parents, they delivered the news. I continue assembling the record as an evidence archivist, following what could be confirmed after the hospital notifications. Hospital intake records showed that Christy Giles had been dropped off by two men wearing masks, hats, and hooded clothing. They arrived in a black Toyota Prius with no license plates. She was unresponsive on arrival and was pronounced dead shortly afterward. No identifying information was provided by the men, and they left immediately. She was already gone when they brought her in. At that point, Hilda Cabrales Arzola was still unaccounted for. Using phone location data that Hilda had shared with a friend, Jan Silliers, and the friend traced her last known signal to an address in West Los Angeles. That address belonged to David Pierce. It matched the same location where Christy's phone had previously registered earlier that morning. Later that same day, Hilda was discovered outside Kaiser Permanente West Los Angeles Medical Center. She was unconscious and in critical condition. Hospital records noted that she had been dropped off approximately 90 minutes after Christy. As with Christy, the individuals who brought her in did not remain. Hilda's family flew in from Mexico as soon as they were notified. She remained in a coma for 11 days. On November 24, 2021, she died. It was one day before her 27th birthday. Toxicology findings were later entered into the case file. Christy Giles had fentanyl, cocaine, ketamine, and gamma-hydroxybutyrate in her system. Hilda Cabrales Arzola's toxicology showed cocaine, ecstasy, and fentanyl. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner classified both deaths as homicides, listing the cause as drug-facilitated overdoses. Jan Silliers began reconstructing the final hours independently. Using Christy's laptop, he accessed her messages and location history. He contacted the event photographer from the East Los Angeles warehouse party. Surveillance images provided by the photographer showed Christy and Hilda leaving the venue with David Pierce and the men who had been seen with him earlier in the night. Additional footage later confirmed that the group traveled to Pierce's apartment in Beverly Hills. Investigators determined that approximately 35 minutes after arriving there, Hilda attempted to call a rideshare. The request was logged, but neither woman left the apartment. Nearly 11 hours later, video evidence showed Pierce carrying Christy's body out of the apartment. Approximately 90 minutes after that, he was seen carrying Hilda out. Christy was left outside Southern California Hospital in Culver City. Hilda was left outside Kaiser Permanente West Los Angeles Medical Center. As the investigation expanded, detectives reviewed Pierce's background. Records revealed a series of sexual assault allegations dating back to 2007. 7 women eventually came forward, each describing drug-facilitated sexual and physical assaults connected to Pierce. On July 6, 2022, David Pierce was formally charged with 2 counts of murder and 7 counts of sexual assault involving 7 separate victims. His roommate, Bran Osborne, was charged with 2 counts of accessory after the fact. Outside court proceedings, Osborne stated that he was innocent and declined further comment. During trial, jurors heard testimony from the 7 women who survived assaults linked to Pierce. Forensic evidence was presented, including Pierce's DNA recovered from beneath Hilda Cabrales Arzola's fingernails. The evidence established a pattern spanning years. On February 4, 2025, the jury returned its verdict. David Pierce was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Christy Giles and Hilda Cabrales Arzola. He was also convicted of 3 counts of forcible sexual assault, 1 count of sexual penetration by force, 1 count of sexual assault of an unconscious person, 1 count of sodomy by force, and 1 count of sexual penetration with a foreign object. The court determined that Pierce faces a sentence totaling 148 years to life in prison. He is required to register as a sex offender for life. His sentencing, initially scheduled for March 13, 2025, was postponed after he dismissed his attorney and retained new counsel. A motion for a new trial is pending. If denied on June 30, 2025, sentencing will proceed afterward. In the case of Bran Osborne, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict. A mistrial was declared. A hearing is scheduled to determine whether prosecutors will pursue a retrial. He remains free on bond. Separate from the court record, the families marked their losses privately. Christy Giles's husband scattered her ashes in places that had mattered to them. Her parents held a memorial service in Alabama. Hilda Cabrales Arzola's family honored her in Mexico, gathering at her favorite park with candles, music, and her preferred cake. Her organs were donated, and recipients were notified through the appropriate channels. The case file closes without reconciliation, listing only outcomes, dates, and the movement of people through systems that responded after the fact. The file notes a shift after the convictions, where families redirected attention toward prevention and public awareness. Advocacy statements focused on location sharing, personal caution, and persistence in legal processes. These records are filed without attribution to a single speaker and without follow-up measures attached. A separate case begins with Gabrielle Miranda Beechin, known as Gabby. She was born on February 27, 1994, in Morgantown, West Virginia. School enrollment records show that she had recently completed 6th grade at Bobtown Elementary School. Teachers and family accounts describe a child involved in chorus and spelling competitions, with a consistent interest in animals, particularly her rabbit and a St. Bernard kept at home. On the morning of June 13, 2006, Gabby left her family's residence in Greensboro, Pennsylvania, riding her four-wheeler. It was an activity she did regularly, typically staying close to neighboring properties. She wore a helmet and had no stated plans beyond a short ride. She did not return. Her absence was noticed quickly. Her mother contacted her father, and together they searched the surrounding rural area near their trailer. When neither Gabby nor the four-wheeler could be located, local police were called. Search operations expanded over the following days, involving state and local law enforcement, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and volunteers from the surrounding community. On June 17th, 5 days after she disappeared, searchers located Gabby's four-wheeler. It had been partially buried beneath manure on a nearby horse farm approximately 1.5 miles from her home. Attention shifted to the caretaker of the property, 48-year-old Jeffrey Robert Martin. During questioning, Martin led investigators to Gabby's body. She had been placed in a shallow grave near the area where the four-wheeler was found. Cadaver dogs confirmed the site the following morning. Martin initially confessed, stating that he sexually assaulted Gabby and then strangled her. According to his statement, she threatened to tell her parents, and he panicked. He said he used a backhoe to dig the grave and attempted to conceal the four-wheeler. At a later point, he recanted the confession and claimed another individual was responsible. In May 2008, after a 6-day trial, a jury convicted Martin of first-degree murder, sexual assault, aggravated indecent assault, and additional related charges. The following day, he was sentenced to death. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court upheld both the conviction and sentence in 2014. Martin was placed on death row at SCI Phoenix in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. In 2016, the Department of Corrections issued a notice of execution. The then-governor declined to sign the death warrant. Pennsylvania had enacted a moratorium on executions in 2015. Under the moratorium, death sentences remain legally imposed, but executions are not carried out. The state has not executed an inmate since 1999. Jeffrey Robert Martin remains incarcerated. His death sentence is in effect, but not scheduled for implementation. The record then advances to Birmingham, Alabama. Camille Dennermont McKinney, called Cupcake, was born on April 22, 2016. She lived with her family in Birmingham and was 3 years old at the time of her death. Descriptions in family statements characterize her as active and closely attached to relatives. On the evening of October 12, 2019, Camille attended an outdoor birthday party with her family at the Tom Brown Village Public Housing Community, located off 41st Place North. Witnesses later reported seeing a man and a woman in a sport utility vehicle distributing candy to children at the gathering. One child stated that Camille was seen inside the vehicle crying. She did not return to the party. Surveillance footage reviewed during the investigation showed Patrick Devon Stallworth purchasing candy at a nearby store shortly before the abduction. His Toyota SUV matched the vehicle seen in the area and was later impounded by police. The day after Camille disappeared, Investigators examining Stallworth's phone found images classified as child sexual abuse material. None of the images involved Camille. Stallworth was initially released on a $500,000 bond and then taken back into custody. Derek Arisha Brown, identified as Stallworth's girlfriend, was also arrested. She was held on a prior kidnapping charge involving her own children. The entry ends without resolution, noting only the sequence of custody decisions, evidence recovery, and the absence of Camille from the location where she was last seen. Search activity intensified after Camille McKinney was reported missing, expanding beyond Birmingham as time passed. Community volunteers worked alongside law enforcement agencies, canvassing neighborhoods, reviewing footage, and tracking refuse routes connected to the area around Patrick Stallworth's residence. 10 days after Camille disappeared, her remains were located inside a Santec dumpster at a landfill near Warrior, Alabama, approximately 20 miles north of Birmingham. Records showed that the dumpster had been collected from the Woodside Condominiums, a residential complex near Stallworth's apartment. An autopsy documented the presence of methamphetamine and trazodone, a sedative, in Camille's system. Prosecutors stated the substances were administered intentionally to induce drowsiness and were not the result of environmental contamination. The medical examiner ruled the cause of death as asphyxiation. Investigative findings indicated that Stallworth and Derek Arisha Brown had given Camille the drugs. Stallworth later accused Brown of placing her hand over Camille's nose and mouth. Evidence recovered from Stallworth's apartment included a plastic mattress cover bearing a bloodstain. DNA analysis identified genetic material from Stallworth, Brown, and Camille on that item. At a preliminary hearing, a judge found sufficient evidence to advance the case to a grand jury. In December 2019, Stallworth and Brown were indicted on state charges of capital murder of a child under the age of 14 and capital murder during a kidnapping. Stallworth entered a plea of not guilty. Brown pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. In July 2020, both were additionally indicted on federal charges of kidnapping and conspiracy. Their federal cases were tried separately in late 2022. Federal juries in both trials concluded that the kidnapping directly resulted in Camille's death. That determination triggered a sentencing enhancement requiring life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In March 2023, Stallworth and Brown were each sentenced accordingly. Court transcripts note that Stallworth declined to speak at sentencing. Brown addressed the court and apologized to Camille's family. A statement from Camille's mother, April Thomas, was read aloud, expressing the permanence of the loss and the insufficiency of any sentence to offset it. Despite the federal sentences, state-level capital murder charges remain pending in Alabama, with the death penalty listed as a possible outcome. Proceedings have been delayed due to required legal steps, including evaluations of mental competency. In early 2024, Brown underwent multiple mental health assessments, including an Atkins evaluation to determine eligibility for capital punishment. She was committed to a mental health facility. No new trial date has been scheduled. As of the middle of 2025, both defendants remain in custody under federal sentences, while state proceedings remain unresolved. The record then shifts again, this time to the Augusta area spanning Georgia and South Carolina. Reynaldo Javier Rivera was born on September 13, 1963, in Madrid, Spain. Early records place much of his childhood and early adulthood in Europe. He later moved to the United States and settled in the Augusta region. He served in the United States Navy, maintained consistent employment, and was described publicly as a husband and father with a stable routine. Between 1999 and 2000, multiple violent crimes were attributed to him. 5 young women were either killed or survived assaults connected to the same offender. The first documented incident occurred on June 29, 1999. A 17-year-old girl in Augusta was abducted and sexually assaulted. She escaped and reported the crime. Her account provided law enforcement with an initial description and behavioral pattern. On July 17, 1999, 17-year-old Melissa Faye Dingus disappeared in Graniteville, South Carolina, following an argument with her boyfriend. She was reported missing. For more than a year, there were no confirmed sightings. In October 2000, Rivera, who was already in custody on other charges, led investigators to skeletal remains near Interstate 20 in Georgia. The remains were identified as Melissa Dingus. Several months after Melissa's disappearance, another 17-year-old, Tiffany Sharice Wilson, went missing. She had left her North Augusta home to run errands with her infant daughter, Caitlin. Hours later, Caitlin was found alive, abandoned in her car seat at a Georgia Welcome Center. Tiffany was not with her. On December 30th of that year, Tiffany Wilson's body was discovered in a wooded area. The investigation continued to consolidate these events into a single case file, documenting timelines, recovery sites, and the gradual narrowing of a suspect who had previously blended into the surrounding community. The next entry addresses findings related to Tiffany Wilson. Post-mortem reports documented that she had been sexually assaulted and stabbed multiple times. Rivera later admitted that the assault occurred while her infant daughter was still inside his van. The child was left unharmed at a rest area. On June 19, 2000, 17-year-old Tabitha Lee Bostel left her home in Augusta to attend summer school. Attendance records show she never arrived. Tabitha had been born in Augusta, was enrolled in high school, and worked part-time as a telemarketer. Several months later, her remains were located and identified through forensic testing. The case file then records the death of Marnie Marie Glista, age 21. She was an active-duty Army sergeant and a military intelligence analyst stationed at Fort Gordon. On September 5, 2000, she was attacked inside her home. Her husband found her alive but critically injured. She died 5 days later. Her case became central to the prosecution strategy that followed. On October 10, 2000, 18-year-old Crystalie Barton was approached by Rivera with the offer of a modeling opportunity. Investigators later established that she was taken to his vehicle, sexually assaulted, and stabbed repeatedly in the neck. She survived and provided a detailed description of her attacker. A composite sketch was produced based on her account. Within days, Rivera was located in a motel room in South Carolina. He had attempted suicide by slashing his wrist and ingesting a large quantity of acetaminophen. He survived and was taken into custody. While detained, Rivera gave multiple confessions. He admitted to the murders of Melissa Dingus, Tiffany Wilson, Tabitha Bostel, and Sergeant Glista. He led investigators to burial locations. DNA evidence and forensic findings corroborated his statements. In 2004, Rivera was tried for the murder of Marnie Glista. The jury reviewed survivor testimony, confession transcripts, physical evidence, and handwritten materials recovered from Rivera. He was found guilty. The court imposed a death sentence, along with multiple consecutive life sentences. Rivera remains on death row at the Georgia Diagnostic and Classification State Prison. He is 61 years old. Over the following years, he filed repeated appeals, asserting false confessions, ineffective legal representation, and claims of innocence in crimes he had previously admitted. In March 2025, United States District Judge J. Randall Hall denied Rivera's requests for appellate relief, including a writ of habeas corpus and an evidentiary hearing. The ruling rejected claims of prosecutorial misconduct and ineffective counsel. Subsequent motions sought reconsideration. Defense filings alleged that a recorded interview conducted shortly after Rivera's arrest had been withheld. The recording was later recovered from the apartment of a former detective. The court ruled that the discovery did not alter the outcome, citing Rivera's repeated confessions, including statements made in open court. Family members of victims attended the hearings. Statements entered into the record reference the continued legal proceedings and their impact. The file also contains references to Crystalie Barton following the attack. No long-term medical or psychological support was documented in the years immediately after her survival. In 2011, she was arrested during a drug-related investigation. On March 28, 2025, she was arrested again in Augusta on a charge of disorderly conduct. Separate entries note the deaths of 2 close family members due to overdoses, including her brother and her daughter, who died in 2022. The case record closes with her identification as the surviving witness whose account contributed to Rivera's arrest and the consolidation of the investigations. Story 8. Armani Dante Morgan was born on December 19, 1989. Records place him living with his mother in an apartment in Dallas, Texas, while still a teenager. Photographs and accounts from that period show a young man who carried himself openly, whose appearance and clothing reflected how he understood himself, and who did not alter that presentation to reduce attention. Police reports from the spring of 2017 note a sequence of incidents rather than a single event. On May 22, 2017, Armani was assaulted. The documentation does not resolve every detail of that encounter, but the date is consistent across sources. In the week that followed, phone records and family statements describe harassing calls. The caller was believed to be connected to the earlier assault, and the calls appeared designed to draw Armani outside. On May 31, 2017, a gunshot broke a window in the apartment where Armani lived with his mother. The damage was visible from the street. They went outside immediately. Video later recovered shows Armani being attacked again, this time by a woman he had previously considered a friend, accompanied by her teenage daughter. The recording captures the confrontation, but does not provide closure. After that night, social media posts attributed to the shooter circulated, including statements that appeared to boast about what had happened. The posts were preserved by others before they disappeared. 3 days later, on June 13, 2017, Armani was gone. Search efforts followed. Family members canvassed nearby streets and parks. Reports were filed. For several weeks, there was no physical evidence to explain where he had gone or why contact had stopped. On July 24, 2017, skeletal remains were found near Bushman Park, a short distance from Armani's home. The bones were located in the middle of a residential street, beside an overgrown field. Nearby were articles of clothing consistent with what Armani was known to wear and a purse he often carried. Inside the purse was a piece of paper bearing a phone number. Investigators later noted that the number reportedly belonged to someone who had been dating a friend of Armani's. The Dallas County Medical Examiner examined the remains. With limited soft tissue and no definitive injury pattern, the cause and manner of death were ruled undetermined. At the same time, the Dallas Police Department treated the case as a homicide, citing the events that preceded the disappearance. At one stage, investigators mentioned the possibility of a drug overdose. The family rejected that explanation, pointing back to the assaults, the gunfire, and the threats documented in the weeks before June 13th. The disagreement remained unresolved in the official record. Armani's aunt, Robin Johnson, became the primary point of contact for the family. She challenged statements she believed were inaccurate and pressed for consistency between the evidence and the case classification. Over time, 3 individuals emerged in connection with the harassment and violence surrounding Armani. One, identified as the alleged shooter, died in 2019. Another is incarcerated for unrelated offenses. A third individual has not been apprehended. No charges have been filed in relation to Armani's death. Requests have been made for additional forensic testing of the bullet from the May 31st shooting, for expanded searches in the area where the remains were found, and for a formal review by state authorities. The death certificate has not been amended. As of June 2025, the case remains open. The manner of death remains listed as undetermined. The file contains evidence, gaps, and conclusions that do not align neatly, and it has not moved forward. Cheryl Ann Pine was born on January 8, 1977, in Moncton, New Brunswick. School records show she graduated from Harrison Trimble High School in 1995. Accounts from family and friends describe her as attentive to others, including people she did not know, a pattern that appears repeatedly in statements made after her death. Her case begins in the summer of 2004. On the night of June 30, 2004, Cheryl Pine went to the apartment of David Joseph Willett. She was 27 years old. Records indicate the two had known each other previously. Drug use occurred inside the apartment that night, though the specific substances were not consistently documented. At some point, Cheryl collapsed in the bathroom. According to statements later given by Willett, he attempted to revive her. There was no response. What followed was not reported to emergency services, nor to anyone in authority. Instead, Willett later admitted that he strangled Cheryl, an act that occurred after she had already lost consciousness. No call for help was made. Willett contacted a friend, now deceased, and asked for assistance. Inside the apartment, the two men began dismembering Cheryl's body. The work did not end there. Willett later transported the remains to a wooded area outside St. John, New Brunswick, where further dismemberment occurred. The remains were left in that location. Cheryl was reported missing in August of 2004. The report was taken by the Kodiak Regional RCMP. Searches were conducted. Posters were distributed. The file remained active, but no trace of Cheryl was located, and the case entered a prolonged period without physical findings. In 2008, investigators charged David Joseph Willett with manslaughter in connection with Cheryl's death. At the same time, it became clear that this was not the only homicide associated with him. Willett had already been charged with the 1991 second-degree murder of Douglas Edgett, whom he had shot and killed. In June of 2009, Willett was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Douglas Edgett, with no possibility of parole for 15 years. Despite the charge related to Cheryl and his admissions, her body had not been recovered. There was no confirmed burial site, no remains to return to her family. Unknown to them, partial remains had already been found. In 2012, hikers discovered a human skull in a forested area near St. John, a relatively short distance from Moncton. Authorities examined the skull. Without a confirmed match to any missing person at the time, it was classified as Jane Doe. The remains were catalogued and stored. The connection to Cheryl Pine was not made. For 8 years, the identification remained unresolved. In 2020, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police implemented the National Missing Persons DNA Program, designed to link unidentified remains with missing persons through genetic comparison. Later that year, Cheryl's family was contacted and asked to provide a DNA sample. In November of 2020, the results confirmed that the skull recovered in 2012 belonged to Cheryl M. Pine. It marked the first successful identification in New Brunswick using the new national DNA system. The identification brought an end to the question of where Cheryl was, but it also reopened older ones. Her sister, Trudy Wellner, questioned how remains found so close to Cheryl's last known area had remained unidentified for nearly a decade. The concern was not framed as speculation, but as a failure of coordination and follow-through. Cheryl's funeral was held in the spring of 2021. She was buried at Outerwood Cemetery in Riverview, placed beside her mother, Catherine Pine Wellner. Catherine had been murdered in 2005, 1 year after Cheryl disappeared. She was 45 years old. Her homicide remains unsolved. Some have suggested that Catherine may have been targeted because of what she knew about Cheryl's disappearance. Others have stated there is no confirmed evidence to support that conclusion. The case file does not resolve the question. In a public statement, family members described both Cheryl and Catherine as deeply involved in the lives of those around them, emphasizing that they were not abstract victims or case numbers, but individuals whose absence reshaped their family permanently. RCMP Constable Hans Willett stated that no file is considered closed until it is solved. He also expressed hope that the identification of Cheryl's remains could prompt renewed examination of Catherine's case. David Joseph Willett remains incarcerated for the murder of Douglas Edgett. He has not faced additional charges related to the dismemberment of Cheryl Pine. Catherine Pine Wellner's killer has never been identified. What has changed is the record. Cheryl is no longer listed as unidentified. Her name is attached to the remains that were found. Her location is known. For her family, there is now a place to go. With Cheryl identified, her family gained the ability to grieve her properly. It did not bring an end to their efforts. Statements from relatives indicate that their advocacy extends beyond a single case, focusing instead on patterns they believe have repeatedly failed families once the initial search ends. Deborah Sue Daniel was born on October 5, 1954. She lived in Meadville, Pennsylvania, a small city where long-term missing person cases are uncommon. She was 61 years old when she disappeared. For nearly 2 years, her case remained classified as a missing person investigation. In April of 2025, Pennsylvania State Police, working alongside the Meadville City Police Department, formally reclassified Deborah's disappearance as a homicide. The last confirmed sighting of Deborah occurred on August 13, 2022. Surveillance footage from Holland Towers, the apartment complex where she lived, shows her exiting the building with a man known to her. Investigators have not released his name, identifying him publicly only as a known male companion. The footage shows the two entering a red vehicle and driving away together. Investigators later confirmed that the destination was State Game Lands 69. The area spans nearly 4,500 acres in Crawford County, consisting of dense woods, wetlands, and limited access points. From that moment forward, there is no verified record of Deborah's movements. There were no phone calls or text messages after that day. Her social media accounts stopped updating. Her bank cards showed no activity. Her social security number was not used. Family members emphasized that this absence of activity was inconsistent with her behavior and routine. At a later stage of the investigation, state police released still images taken from the surveillance footage. The images show Deborah entering the red vehicle. It remains the last visual confirmation of her being alive. While the man has not been publicly named, investigators have indicated that their focus remains on him and on events at the game lands. Search operations began shortly after Deborah was reported missing. State troopers, game wardens, canine units, local fire departments, and civilian volunteers participated. Some teams searched on foot, others on horseback. Boats were deployed to cover swampy and waterlogged sections of the terrain. Due to limited cellular coverage in the area, a temporary mobile tower was installed by AT&T to allow communication between search teams. Despite the scale of the effort, no personal belongings or physical remains were located. Investigators have stated that interviews and collected evidence allowed them to narrow the focus to a specific section of the game lands, though details of that evidence have not been made public. As of June 2025, Deborah Sue Daniel remains missing. No charges have been filed. The case remains open, now classified as a homicide, without a recovered body or identified crime scene. Pamela Ray Henricks was born on April 20, 1961, in Clinton, Iowa. She was the youngest of 6 children, raised by Jean and Raymond Henricks. Family records and statements describe her as dependable and closely connected to her parents and siblings. She graduated from Clinton High School and was 19 years old at the start of 1981. During the New Year's holiday that year, Pamela became engaged. According to family members, she was making plans and looking ahead. 2 weeks later, those plans stopped abruptly. In the early morning hours of Tuesday, January 13, 1981, Pamela was working her regular shift at AmVet's post number 28 in Clinton. Nothing in the available reports suggests the night began differently from any other. One of the last confirmed witnesses to see her alive was Richard Hudson. He had visited the post the evening before and left around 9 p.m. Pamela walked him to the door, reminded him to be careful, and then stepped outside to warm up her car. The temperature that night was cold, consistent with January conditions in Iowa. There were no reports of raised voices or disturbance. No emergency calls were made from the post. In the early morning hours, a neighbor noticed Pamela's car still running. It had been running for an extended period of time. Police were contacted. Officers responded to the report of the running vehicle, but did not identify an immediate threat. The car was legally parked. The doors were locked. There were no visible signs of forced entry. The building itself was not entered at that time, and the officers left the scene. Later that morning, someone went inside. Pamela Ray Henricks was found behind the bar, shot to death. The interior showed signs of robbery. The cash register had been emptied. A nearby safe had been cleared. There were no witnesses. No one was taken into custody that day, and no arrest has been made in the decades since. Investigators initially identified robbery as the motive. The Clinton Police Department requested assistance from the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation. Despite that support, the investigation stalled. One of the first responding officers, Steve Mallinger, later spoke publicly about the case, expressing frustration with how it unfolded in the public eye. Mallinger stated that speculation overtook the facts, and that only those involved truly knew what happened. Pam's mother, Jean Henricks, did not accept the idea of a random crime. She maintained that the person responsible was likely someone Pam knew, someone who had interacted with her that night, someone who may have blended back into the community afterward. Months passed without resolution. On November 28, 1981, less than 10 months after Pam's death, another shooting occurred in Clinton. 53-year-old George Leonard was killed during a robbery at the Inn Tavern, located less than 1 mile from AmVet's post number 28. Leonard was found behind the bar. The cash register had been taken. During the robbery, another customer entered the tavern and was severely beaten by the assailant, who then fled. A young white male was identified as a suspect. No arrest followed. Pam's father observed the similarities between the two scenes. He contacted authorities, offering assistance and urging them to consider a connection. Investigators stated there was not enough evidence to formally link the cases. In both crimes, the violence exceeded what would typically be required to commit a robbery. Pamela Henricks had been shot at close range. The act appeared deliberate. Despite this, no charges were filed. Pamela Ray Henricks was killed on January 13, 1981. More than 44 years have passed. As of June 2025, her case remains unsolved. On February 10, 2003, construction crews were demolishing a deteriorated building at 301 West 46th Street in Manhattan's Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. During the work, they encountered an unusual raised slab of concrete near an old coal furnace. When the concrete was breached, a human skull emerged. Beneath the slab were skeletal remains wrapped in a rust-colored carpet and sealed inside poured concrete. The remains belonged to a young girl. Her body had been hogtied with electrical cord and positioned in a fetal posture. The concealment suggested deliberate effort and planning. Police and forensic specialists responded. Anthropological analysis determined that the girl had been strangled. Early estimates placed her death in the late 1960s or early 1970s. Items recovered with the remains were catalogued. They included a 1969 dime, a Bulova wristwatch manufactured in the 1960s, pantyhose, a green plastic toy soldier, a sparkly dress, and a gold ring engraved with the initials PMCG. A single strand of hair, possibly belonging to a white male, was found embedded in the carpet. At the time, investigators believed the case could be resolved. The artifacts suggested a definable period. The initials suggested a personal connection. However, early assumptions shifted the timeline incorrectly. A label found near the remains was believed to date from the late 1980s. A bottle of rat poison recovered nearby was dated to 1979. Based on those items, some reports estimated the girl's death as occurring in the 1980s or early 1990s. Those estimates were later questioned. For years, the unidentified child was referred to as Midtown Jane Doe. Leads were pursued under an inaccurate time frame, and potential witnesses from earlier decades were overlooked or unreachable. The building itself carried a long and documented history. Constructed in the 19th century, it later operated as a Prohibition-era speakeasy, known as the Cave of the Fallen Angels. In the 1960s, it became Steve Paul's The Scene, a nightclub frequented by musicians and artists including Jimi Hendrix, The Doors, Janis Joplin, and Andy Warhol. During that period, Hell's Kitchen was under the influence of Irish organized crime. The club's refusal to pay protection money contributed to its closure in 1969. One of the young figures associated with that environment was Tony Sirico, who decades later became known publicly as an actor. After the club closed, the building fell into decline. Its interior changed hands repeatedly. By the time demolition began, its earlier uses had largely faded from public memory. The remains beneath the concrete had not. After the nightclub closed, the building entered another phase. Records and later descriptions place it among drug activity, low-traffic bars, and adult theaters. In the 1980s and 1990s, it housed a bar known as Lady Ann's Full Moon Saloon. Accounts from that period describe a space in decline, frequented by people passing through rather than staying. By the early 2000s, the surrounding block was slated for redevelopment, and the structure stood largely abandoned. The site remained quiet until the discovery in 2003. The skull brought renewed attention to a building that had absorbed decades of unrecorded use. Investigators pursued multiple forensic avenues. Facial reconstructions were produced. Isotope analysis suggested the girl may have spent her early life in the Midwest. None of these efforts led to an identification. That changed in 2022, when the New York City Police Department's cold case squad revisited the file. A forensic genealogist, Linda Doyle, was brought in and began working alongside Detective Ryan Glass. Using investigative genetic genealogy, they attempted to extract usable DNA from the remains. In March of 2023, Astria Forensics produced a viable genetic profile. When uploaded to public databases, the profile matched a maternal cousin. The cousin's DNA had been submitted years earlier, after her own daughter was killed in the September 11th attacks. The sample had remained in the system. In April of 2024, the NYPD confirmed the identification. Midtown Jane Doe was Patricia Kathleen McLone. Patricia was born on April 20th, 1953, in Brooklyn. She was an only child. Church and school records place her at St. Patrick's Church in Bay Ridge, and later in both public and Catholic schools in Sunset Park. The documentation becomes less stable as she grows older. Her father, Bernard McLone, maintained two separate families. He was already married with children when he married Patricia's mother, Patricia Gilligan. Neither family was aware of the other. When Patricia was 10 years old, her father died. After his death, her mother entered a relationship with another married man. Records later showed forged documents connected to that period, including the use of Patricia's name. Patricia's schooling became irregular. She withdrew from Charles Dewey Middle School in May of 1969. Days later, on May 7, 1969, Patricia married a man named Donald Grant at the Church of All Nations in Manhattan. She was 16 years old. He was 32. Her mother signed the marriage certificate as a witness. Patricia gave birth later that summer. There is no confirmed record of the child's identity or whereabouts. Investigators have stated that the child may have been adopted, though other possibilities have not been ruled out. Donald Grant did not exist under that name. Authorities later determined that he had assumed the identity of a child who died in Ohio in the 1930s. His last known address was 301 West 46th Street, the same building where Patricia's remains were found decades later. He disappeared shortly after the wedding and has not been located. Patricia's mother died in 1972. Before her death, she attempted to claim Patricia's Social Security benefits, forging her daughter's signature. In communications with officials, she stated she had not seen Patricia since the wedding. That account did not change. Patricia was never reported missing. Over time, her name disappeared from active records. The building where her remains were hidden has since been demolished. A hotel now occupies the site. There is no marker indicating what was found beneath the foundation. With Patricia identified, investigators now have a defined starting point. The NYPD continues to seek information about Donald Grant and the child Patricia gave birth to in 1969. They are also examining the role of Patricia's half-brother, Bernard McLone Jr., who had a documented history of embezzlement and the use of aliases. Patricia Kathleen McLone was 16 years old when she vanished. For more than 50 years, she remained unidentified. The record now contains her name, her history, and unanswered questions that no longer begin with a blank space. Story 9. And Louise Harmeyer was born on August 27, 1957, in Newcastle, Indiana. She was the only child of Robert and Marjorie Harmeyer. Her father died when she was 4 years old, leaving Marjorie to raise her alone. From that point forward, the household remained small and closely held. Marjorie taught music in the community, offering piano and voice lessons, and was widely known in town for her patience and consistency rather than any public prominence, and grew up alongside that routine. By the time she reached college age, the connection between mother and daughter had settled into something habitual and dependable. Indiana University in Bloomington was familiar territory. Both of Anne's parents had attended the university, and her father had studied law there before his death. In 1977, Anne was a junior at IU, majoring in theater, moving between classes, rehearsals, and a social circle that described her as steady, humorous, and attentive to others. There is no record of disciplinary trouble or sudden behavioral shifts during that period. In early September of that year, Anne returned to Newcastle to visit a friend who was hospitalized. The plan was to drive back to Bloomington on Sunday evening, but concerns about night driving along State Road 37 altered that schedule, and agreed to leave the following morning instead. On Monday, September 12th, she loaded her rust-colored 1971 Pontiac Le Mans and began the drive south, intending to arrive in time for her 10:30 a.m. class. She did not arrive. By mid-morning, her absence was noted. Missing the 10:30 class was out of character, and by early afternoon she had also failed to call her mother as promised. Later that day, she did not appear for a scheduled rehearsal at the University Theater. Repeated calls to her off-campus apartment went unanswered. That evening, Marjorie Harmeyer and a family friend drove the route and would have taken. Just before midnight, they located the Pontiac on the side of the road outside Martinsville. The car was locked. The hazard lights were flashing. Inside were Anne's books and a basket of laundry. There was no sign of a struggle visible at the vehicle, and no sign of Anne. She was reported missing shortly afterward. Investigators later confirmed that Anne had stopped at 2 gas stations earlier that morning, asking for assistance with mechanical trouble. The vehicle's radiator had run out of water, causing the engine to overheat. Beyond that point, there were no verified sightings. Search efforts continued for several weeks, involving law enforcement, volunteers, and family members. On October 18, 1977, a local farmer discovered a body in a cornfield west of Martinsville. The remains were partially buried in a shallow grave. Identification confirmed it was Anne Harmeyer. She had been sexually assaulted. She had been strangled using one of her own shoelaces. Investigators noted that her hairbrush had been used to tighten the knot. Evidence was collected from the scene, and multiple leads were pursued in the months that followed, though none resulted in charges. Years later, attention briefly turned toward Stephen Judy, a convicted serial killer executed by the state of Indiana for the murder of a woman and her 3 children. His prior offenses shared some superficial similarities, and he had operated within the broader region. Records ultimately excluded him as a suspect, as he was incarcerated at the time and was killed. In the early 2000s, the case remained unresolved and largely inactive. In 2022, Ann's cousin, Scott Burnham, began formally requesting access to investigative records through Freedom of Information Act filings. Morgan County denied those requests, citing the case's open status, despite no arrests and limited institutional familiarity with the original investigation. Scott Burnham has continued to press for disclosure and review of how the case was handled. Ann Harmeyer was murdered on September 12, 1977. As of July 2025, no one has been charged. More than 2 decades later, another case lingered without resolution, this one in rural Ohio, outside Canton Township. On December 22, 2001, 2 men cutting firewood noticed human remains near an abandoned oil well, approximately 200 yards from a county road. The bones were exposed and scattered, showing signs of long-term weathering. There were no clothes, no identification, and no personal items recovered at the site. Early assessments suggested the remains belonged to a black woman, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, possibly in her 20s or early 30s. That conclusion remained part of the record for years. DNA testing would eventually contradict it. No one could name him. For years, the records referred to the remains only as Stark County John Doe. The designation stayed in place through shifting theories and changing personnel, through periods when the case was briefly active and longer periods when it was not. In 2023, investigators in Ohio adjusted their approach. The Attorney General's Bureau of Criminal Investigation and the Stark County Sheriff's Office released a clay facial reconstruction to the public, asking whether anyone recognized the man. The image, produced by criminal intelligence analyst Samantha Reeb, depicted a black male estimated to be between 21 and 44 years old. Alongside it, digital renderings were created with assistance from Ohio State University's Advanced Computing Center, offering multiple views derived from the same skeletal data. At the same time, forensic work continued out of view. Scientists were able to extract a DNA profile from the remains, something that had not been possible when the bones were first examined years earlier. The profile did not match anyone in CODIS, the National DNA Database, which narrowed the available options rather than expanding them. With no direct hit, investigators turned to the DNA Doe Project and genealogical analysis. The genealogical work took months to prepare. Once it formally began, the identification came quickly. Within 24 hours, the DNA pointed to Anthony Bernard Gawley. He had been born on August 31, 1970. In September of 1994, Anthony was 24 years old. He was employed as a porter at a car dealership and living in Pontiac, Michigan. When he failed to report for work one day, his family became concerned. The following day, his car was located in Akron, Ohio, burned and abandoned, roughly 175 miles from where he had last been seen. Investigators now believe Anthony was murdered around the time of his disappearance. He had been shot twice. Authorities concluded he was likely killed in a hotel room in Pontiac, Michigan, and that his body was later transported across state lines. It was eventually dumped in a field near Canton Township, Ohio, nearly 250 miles from the suspected scene of the killing, where it remained exposed to weather and wildlife for years. The primary suspect was George Frederick Washington, also known as Ricky. He was 22 years old at the time and had connections in both Michigan and Ohio. Washington was already wanted in connection with 2 sexual assaults and an armed robbery. Detectives in both Akron and Pontiac considered him a person of interest, and his name appeared repeatedly in investigations during the same month Anthony disappeared. The account never came from him. On September 30, 1994, weeks after Anthony's burned vehicle was found, Washington died by suicide while police were attempting to arrest him. Any direct explanation of what happened to Anthony, or why, ended there. For years, detectives believed Anthony's body had been disposed of somewhere in or around Akron. In reality, it had been there all along, left off Trump Avenue southeast in Canton Township. Over time, the remains were disturbed by animals and environmental exposure, the bones gradually becoming visible before they were finally discovered in December 2001. Human voice. The identification was confirmed through forensic genealogy. In September 2023, officials held a press conference to announce that Stark County John Doe had been identified. Ohio Attorney General David Yost and Stark County Sheriff Eric Weisburn credited the combined efforts of the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, the Stark County Coroner's Office, and the DNA Doe Project for resolving a mystery that had remained open for more than 20 years. For Anthony's family, the identification carried weight beyond the record. His daughters, Raven Williams and Yoshi Carroll, were 3 and 4 years old when he was killed. They are now adults, both mothers, raising children Anthony never met. They had submitted DNA in hopes of answers, though the critical match ultimately came from a distant relative in the southern United States who had entered genetic data into a consumer database. Some aspects of the case remain unresolved. The precise sequence of events and the full circumstances that led to Anthony's death are unlikely to be known. What changed is narrower but permanent. Anthony Bernard Gawley is no longer unidentified. After more than 2 decades, his name returned to him. Heather Danielle Teague was born on April 25, 1972. She was the oldest of 4 children and grew up in Kentucky. From an early age, she stood out in ways that were documented rather than dramatic. She appeared on honor rolls, participated in cheerleading and track, played basketball, and was later crowned homecoming queen. She earned the title of Junior Miss and spent much of her free time writing poetry. Friends and teachers described her as focused and outward-looking, someone who talked about helping others rather than leaving town. After stepping away from school for a period, she planned to study psychology at Western Kentucky University. By the summer of 1995, Heather was 23 years old and living in Clay, in Webster County. By then, her life had become more complicated than her earlier records suggested. Those closest to Heather noticed changes before she disappeared. She was dating a man nearly 20 years older than she was, and there were concerns about drug use. Her behavior had become irregular, difficult to predict, and disconnected from the routines she had once kept. 2 weeks before she vanished, she had already been reported missing once. When she returned, she offered no explanation beyond saying she had been running around. On Saturday, August 26, 1995, Heather drove her 1990 Nissan hatchback to Newburgh Beach in Spotsville, Kentucky. The beach sat along the Ohio River, informal and largely unmonitored. She parked and laid out to sunbathe alone. Across the river in Newburgh, Indiana, a man named Tim Walthall was using a telescope from his home. From that distance, he noticed movement on the Kentucky shoreline that did not make sense. He watched as a man approached Heather, seized her by the hair, and pulled her from her lounge chair toward the wooded area behind the beach. A gun was visible. Walthall called 911 while the abduction was still in progress. He described the man as white, approximately 6 feet tall, weighing between 210 and 230 pounds. The man was wearing jeans and no shirt. He had a bushy beard, brown hair that appeared artificial, and a mosquito net pulled over his head. Even at that range, Walthall reported that the situation was immediately alarming. Law enforcement responded quickly. Search dogs were brought in, along with divers to check the river and a helicopter equipped with infrared imaging. In the wooded area near the beach, investigators located a towel and a torn piece of Heather's red plaid bathing suit. Other small items were collected, though none provided a clear direction. Heather's current and former boyfriends were interviewed. None of the interviews produced evidence tying them to the abduction. Attention shifted back to the scene itself. A nearby farmer, concerned about vandalism, had been recording his fields that day. His footage showed Heather's Nissan parked near the beach. Further down the road, it also captured a red and white Ford Bronco. That vehicle was traced to Marvin Ray Marty Deal, a resident of Henderson County. Witnesses reported seeing a Bronco matching that description parked near Heather's car around the time she was taken. Shortly after the abduction, Deal was stopped by police. Inside the Bronco, officers found 2 firearms, duct tape, rope, rubber gloves, and hair that appeared consistent with Heather's. Deal physically resembled the composite sketch developed from Tim Walthall's description. Before investigators could conduct a full interview, Deal told his wife to leave their home. He then died by suicide. When police entered the house, they found Deal's body. There was no evidence that Heather had ever been there. A grand jury was convened to examine Deal's possible involvement in her disappearance. His wife was subpoenaed but invoked her Fifth Amendment right and refused to testify. The case did not resolve. Years later, in 2004, investigators began examining another possible suspect, Christopher J. Below, also from Henderson County. Below had previously pleaded guilty to attempted involuntary manslaughter in connection with the 1991 death of Catherine Betzer, a 28-year-old woman from Ohio with whom he had been having an affair. Betzer disappeared in November 1991. Her body was never recovered. Below claimed her death was accidental, occurring during an argument. He admitted to disposing of her body and served up to 18 years in prison under a plea agreement. As investigators revisited Below's history, they noted other disappearances. Mary Kushtow, who vanished from St. Cloud, Florida, on May 5, 1995, while Below was in the area. Christina Porco, who disappeared from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, in 1986 after an argument with her mother. Shailene Farrell, who went missing from Piqua, Ohio, on August 8, 1994 after failing to report to work. All shared a similar physical build to Catherine Betzer and to Heather. Investigators believe Below may have targeted a specific type. Records placed him in the region when Heather was abducted. He also left town the same day Marty Deal died. Some investigators considered the possibility that two men were involved, one responsible for the abduction, the other for transportation. No physical evidence confirmed this theory. Below has never answered questions about Heather Teague. Heather's mother, Sarah Teague, continued to pursue the case. In 2007, she had Heather legally declared dead in order to obtain access to federal records. In 2013, she filed a lawsuit against the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Kentucky State Police, alleging that the investigation had been mishandled and too narrowly focused on Deal, while other suspects were not adequately pursued. She also pointed out discrepancies in the suspect description. Deal was reportedly clean-shaven and balding at the time of Heather's disappearance, a contrast to the bearded man with thick hair described by Tim Walthall. The lawsuit was dismissed. Heather Danielle Teague has never been found. A judge later ruled that malfeasance, classified as a criminal offense, could not be addressed through a civil lawsuit in Kentucky. The decision closed that path, but it did not end the effort. Sarah Teague continued working outside the court system, requesting records through Freedom of Information Act filings, and pressing for renewed forensic testing on items recovered from the beach. Among the materials she obtained was the original 911 recording made by Tim Walthall on the day Heather disappeared. She also secured a taped conversation between Marvin Deal's attorney and the Kentucky State Police. In the recording, the attorney advised officers not to confront Deal without legal representation present. Police approached him anyway. In 2012, Heather's case was included in a deck of cold case playing cards distributed in Kentucky correctional facilities, an effort intended to prompt inmates to share information they might otherwise withhold. Another shift came in 2024. An anonymous donor offered a $10,000 reward. A special prosecutor was appointed. Heather's bathing suit bottoms, recovered in 1995, were sent to an independent laboratory in Virginia for advanced DNA analysis. As of July 2025, that testing is ongoing. Officials have confirmed that the lab is actively examining the fabric using updated techniques, including touch DNA recovery and high-sensitivity amplification methods capable of detecting minimal biological traces. No results have been publicly released. Heather Teague was last seen on August 26, 1995. As of July 2025, she remains missing. The case remains open. Jennifer Lynn Pandos was born on October 29, 1971. By the age of 15, she was living with her parents in the gated Kingsmill community of Williamsburg, Virginia. Most people called her Jenny, sometimes Jeeper. She was a sophomore at Lafayette High School and was not known for using drugs or getting into trouble, either at home or at school. On the morning of February 10, 1987, she was gone. The morning itself began unevenly. Jennifer had not come out for her usual shower, which was unusual enough that her mother, Margie Pandos, went to check on her. Jennifer's bedroom door was locked. According to her parents, that was not something she typically did. After knocking and receiving no response, Margie and her husband Ron forced the door open. The bed was made. Jennifer's coat and personal belongings were still in the room. She was not. On her pillow was a handwritten note. The note began in the third person. It stated that their daughter was with someone else, that she was fine, and that she needed time away. Midway through, the language shifted to the first person. It said she was fine, needed time to think, and instructed both parents to go to work the next day because she would try to call them there. It warned them not to contact police, and said she could find out if they did. It added that she might never return home and asked that her friends be told she was sick. The handwriting was large and awkward, inconsistent with Jennifer's usual writing. Margie insisted it was her daughter's. Others questioned that conclusion. Jennifer was left-handed, and some speculated she may have written the note with her right hand. Others believed someone else had written it, or that Jennifer had been forced to do so. Despite the note, Jennifer was not reported missing immediately. 3 days passed before police were notified. During that time, her parents offered neighbors and friends varying explanations, saying she was ill or had gone away briefly. By the time law enforcement became involved, there was little to document. There were no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle, no phone calls, no confirmed sightings. Jennifer had taken only her purse. Her coat remained behind, despite cold weather. Former Deputy Chief Steve Rubino later stated there was no immediate evidence pointing to foul play. On paper, the case resembled a voluntary disappearance. Jennifer's older brother, Stephen Pandos, was away at college when she vanished. From the beginning, he questioned that explanation. He focused his suspicion on their parents, particularly their father Ron, a Vietnam veteran who struggled with post-traumatic stress. Stephen described a household marked by volatility and said his father had a violent temper. Over time, Stephen became convinced that Jennifer had died during an argument with Ron and that Margie had helped conceal what happened, acting out of fear rather than intent. That theory gradually found support among some extended family members and later, among certain investigators reviewing the case. No physical evidence has confirmed it. When the case was formally reopened in the early 2000s, investigators discovered that much of the original documentation was missing. Files that should have existed could not be located. Physical evidence that would normally have been logged into police custody had never been submitted. The handwritten note found on Jennifer's pillow was not among the records. Margie Pandos still had it. When the note was eventually turned over, it raised additional questions rather than resolving old ones. Why it had not been submitted at the outset was never clearly explained. Why it took years and a move out of state before police were notified of its existence also remained unclear. Both Ron and Margie failed polygraph examinations, results that were documented but not legally determinative. Jennifer's childhood friend, Woods Woolwine, later recalled the atmosphere in the neighborhood during that period. People were uneasy. Conversations were guarded. One of Jennifer's friends claimed she had been on the phone with Jennifer on the night she disappeared and overheard a heated argument between Jennifer and her father. The claim was never corroborated with recordings or phone records. Ron and Margie did not change their account. They maintained that Jennifer had run away. Years passed without proof to contradict them. Stephen Pandos lived with uncertainty, convinced something had gone wrong, but unable to establish what. The absence of evidence left little to challenge and nothing to confirm. In 2015, Stephen contacted filmmaker Cynthia Hill. Together, they began work on a documentary project that became Burden of Proof. The series followed Stephen's search over 8 years. At the outset, he believed his parents were responsible. As the investigation progressed, that certainty weakened. Letters surfaced that were believed to have been written by Jennifer to a former boyfriend. They described emotional conflict and uncertainty that had not been part of the original public narrative. Handwriting analysts reviewed the original note from Jennifer's bedroom and expressed doubt that either Ron or Margie had written it. Attention shifted toward Jennifer's former boyfriend as a person of interest. The focus did not result in an arrest. No new physical evidence emerged. The direction of the inquiry changed without delivering resolution. What began as an effort to expose wrongdoing within a family became something less defined. Stephen was forced to confront the possibility that his original conclusion was incomplete or incorrect. The investigation expanded but did not settle. The documentary ultimately focused less on assigning responsibility and more on the consequences of prolonged uncertainty. Cynthia Hill described the story as one shaped by suspicion and erosion, and by a single family's inability to recover from unanswered questions. Stephen later stated that he no longer knows what happened to his sister. Jennifer Lynn Pandos has never been located. The case remains open. There is no body, no conclusive evidence, and no formal determination of what occurred. Stephen has said that the only certainty he holds is that he pursued every available path. Beyond that, he acknowledges the limits of what can be known. Jeremiah Moneta was born on February 21, 2002. By early 2025, he was 22 years old and living in Ponca City, Oklahoma. He had recently moved from Kansas City, Missouri, following the death of his uncle, the person he had been living with and considered a guiding figure. The relocation was intended as a reset. Jeremiah moved in with his mother, Jamie Hansen. The transition was tentative at first. Living independently was new to him. Within a short time, he secured employment, rented his own apartment, and began furnishing it. Family members described the period as one of cautious optimism. On Saturday, January 15, 2025, Jeremiah told his mother he had to work. They postponed a planned trip to Walmart to finish buying items for his apartment. That conversation was the last confirmed contact Jamie had with him. When Jeremiah did not respond to messages or calls, his family began searching on their own. He was reported missing on January 20th, after 2 days without contact. Police stated he had last been seen near North Pine Street and West Cleveland Avenue in Ponca City. Some of his belongings were later located in separate places. His phone was not with him. His asthma inhaler was found on the porch of a residence belonging to someone who did not know him. For those close to Jeremiah, that detail stood out. He was known to carry the inhaler at all times. A woman later contacted Jamie Hansen, stating that she had Jeremiah's old phone and his inhaler. When Jamie sent a message to Jeremiah's newer phone explaining this, the message registered as read but received no reply. Calls to the device connected briefly before being disconnected. The woman later claimed Jeremiah had sold her the phone for $20. The explanation did not account for the inhaler, nor did it clarify why the phone appeared active without communication from Jeremiah. As the days passed, those questions remained unresolved. Jamie Hansen and her husband, David Cordell, did not accept the explanation they were given. David said that if the phone had truly been sold, the woman would have said so from the beginning. The delay and the changing account stood out to them. Jeremiah's bank account showed no activity after he disappeared. He also stopped reporting to work. Family members described that as uncharacteristic. He was considered reliable, someone who contacted his employer if there was a problem. Police reported that there were no signs of a struggle inside his apartment. As of the investigation's latest update, there had been no confirmed sighting of Jeremiah after January 17, 2025, 2 days after his last known conversation. Some of his personal belongings were located in the 400 block of North Union Street. Other reported sightings were less certain. Tips placed him near 2nd Street and Summit Avenue, or at a liquor store on West Highland, but none could be verified. Jeremiah primarily traveled by bicycle. The bicycle has not been located. In the weeks that followed, family and friends organized search efforts. Flyers were distributed. Requests for information were made publicly. A search was conducted near White Eagle after a tip suggested he might be there. Nothing was found. Jamie began planning a candlelight vigil and a celebration of life event. She stated that it was not intended as a farewell, but as a way to keep attention on the case and raise funds for a reward. The family has said they are not prepared to assume an outcome without evidence. Jeremiah Moneta was last seen on January 15, 2025. He was wearing a gray Kansas City Chiefs hoodie and jeans. As of July 2025, he remains missing. The case remains unsolved. Story 10. Adrian Dement Washington was born on February 26, 1976. By his mid-30s, he was living in Austin, Texas, with his wife and their 3 children, settled into a life that moved predictably and rarely drew attention. People close to him described someone consistent rather than remarkable, a man who followed routines, showed up when expected, and organized his days around work and family without much deviation. By the time he was 36, that pattern had been firmly established. He worked steadily, kept regular hours, and maintained habits that were visible to the people around him. There were no known breaks from contact, no history of leaving without explanation, and no behavior suggesting he wanted distance from his life as it was. On the morning of May 25, 2012, Adrian left his home, driving a black 2001 Ford Expedition. The vehicle carried Texas license plates, CP1P982. At approximately 9 in the morning, he stopped at the Planet Fitness on Anderson Lane in Austin, a location he had used before, then continued on to his usual dry cleaner. These movements were consistent with his routine and raised no concern at the time. Later that day, surveillance footage recorded his SUV passing through a toll booth on Interstate 45. That image, time-stamped but otherwise unremarkable, became the last confirmed record of Adrian Washington, or the vehicle he was driving. After that moment, there were no verified sightings, no outgoing phone calls, and no messages sent to his wife, his children, or his parents. The absence was immediate and complete. By the following day, May 26th, his parents began making calls, checking with friends and family, and driving to places Adrian typically visited. No one reported seeing him. No one had heard from him. The silence did not resemble a delay or a missed check-in. It continued without interruption. On June 1st, a missing persons report was filed. Officers met with Adrian's family, who emphasized that this behavior did not align with anything they knew of him. Investigators began reconstructing his movements from the morning he left home, working outward from known locations and recorded footage. The Texas Department of Public Safety became involved, extending the scope of the search south toward San Antonio. Several days after Adrian disappeared, one of his 2 cell phones was discovered on a sidewalk in that city. The phone showed no visible damage. It was not broken, crushed, or discarded in a way that suggested an accident. Its placement appeared deliberate, though no explanation accompanied it. The device was logged into evidence and processed according to standard recovery protocol. Attention began to shift toward Adrian's cousin, Aldo Ray Washington, identified as the last known person to have seen him. Phone records showed that in the month leading up to May 25th, Aldo had called Adrian more than 100 times. After the day Adrian vanished, those calls stopped entirely. When questioned, Aldo stated that he had been with a friend, Kenneth Ray Hamilton, around the time Adrian went missing. Investigators were unable to verify that account. Discrepancies in the timeline raised concerns that both men might be withholding information, but no arrests followed. No charges were filed. More than 13 years later, Adrian Dement Washington remains missing. His vehicle has not been recovered. His family continues to search for clarity, returning to the same unanswered points. What happened after the toll booth, how his phone came to rest on a sidewalk in San Antonio, and why a man anchored so firmly to routine would disappear without trace. No major developments have been reported. Chase Allen Lackey was born on November 22, 1991, to Debbie Diaz and Craig Lackey in Crosby, Texas. From early childhood, baseball structured his time and identity. Family members recall seasons measured by all-star selections, practices beginning before school age, and long trips taken together for tournaments, including appearances at the Dixie League World Series. His father described him as growing up on the field, spending most of his free time around the game, and carrying that attachment into adulthood. By the time Chase was 25, he was living in Houston, playing in a local softball league, and working as an ironworker for a plant construction company. Baseball no longer defined his future, but it remained part of his routine. Chase was also known for humor and risk-taking, a personality that drew people toward him. In high school, he had been voted most humorous. Friends and family described him as someone who brought energy into whatever space he entered, often without planning to. On June 30, 2017, Chase played in a softball doubleheader in Crosby. His father attended the first game and watched him play. Afterward, the two said goodbye, sharing a hug before separating. At the time, there was nothing to distinguish the moment from any other departure. The following day, July 1st, a former classmate reported seeing Chase walking his dog near East Sam Houston Parkway and Wallaceville Road in northeast Harris County. The dog, a small light-colored Maltese named Champ, was with him. That sighting became the last known observation of either Chase or the dog. Chase had spoken about possibly traveling to California, mentioning work on a cannabis farm as an option. His mother had encouraged the idea, seeing it as a chance for him to explore while he was unattached. When days passed without contact, that possibility became less reassuring. That same day, his sisters, Heather and Stephanie, went to check his apartment. Inside, they found most of his belongings still there. Chase and Champ were gone, but little else appeared disturbed. Inside the apartment, the absence was specific rather than generalized. Chase's keys were still there, along with his wallet, his phone, his driver's license, his social security card, his debit card, and his passport. None of the items typically taken when leaving for even a short trip appeared to be missing. His truck remained parked outside. There were no signs of forced entry, no written message, and no indication of where either Chase or his dog might have gone. A missing persons report was filed with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. The case expanded quickly, drawing in multiple agencies, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Searches were conducted in nearby parks and surrounding areas. Family members distributed flyers across the region. None of these efforts produced a confirmed lead. From early in the investigation, law enforcement expressed concern that the circumstances pointed toward foul play. The concentration of personal items left behind, combined with the absence of financial activity and the lack of communication, suggested that Chase did not leave voluntarily or with preparation. As investigators worked outward, Chase's name began to surface in connection with a broader inquiry involving individuals tied to criminal activity across several states. One name appeared repeatedly: Matt Brewer, described by authorities as an acquaintance of Chase. At one point, Brewer reportedly contacted law enforcement and asked what would be offered in exchange for information about Chase. When investigators responded that no arrangement could be discussed without knowing the substance of the information, Brewer retained an attorney and ended communication. Later, he allegedly placed a call to a woman, believed to be his girlfriend, instructing her to warn several people to hire lawyers because police were attempting to attribute Chase's murder to him. The reference to murder stood out. At that time, Chase Lackey was officially listed as missing. No body had been recovered, and no charges had been filed. Not long after, investigators received an anonymous tip delivered through a distorted, childlike voice. The presentation was unusual, but authorities later stated that the information proved useful. According to investigators, the tip helped connect 6 central elements of the case, revealing that every individual identified as a suspect was linked in some way either to Matt Brewer or to another man, Addison Guerra. Police have not publicly stated that either man was directly responsible for Chase's disappearance. They have indicated, however, that both possess information beyond what they have shared. During the same period, investigators identified a possible connection to another missing person known to Chase. That individual was associated with a marijuana grow operation in another state, believed to be linked to the same California farm Chase had discussed visiting. Authorities have not confirmed a direct connection between the two disappearances. The overlap remains noted but unresolved. Chase Lackey disappeared in early July of 2017. As of July 2025, both he and his dog, Champ, remain missing. The case remains open. Chanel Gilbert was born on July 8, 1977. She was known to family and friends by her middle name, Renee. At 42 years old, she was living in Indianapolis, Indiana, working as a substitute teacher and maintaining close relationships with her 2 daughters, aged 19 and 21. She had recently become a grandmother. Those close to her described someone consistent and attentive, someone who followed through on obligations and stayed closely connected to her family. On the morning of June 9, 2020, Renee was last seen at approximately 6:18 a.m. at her ex-boyfriend's residence in the 7000 block of Mars Drive, on the west side of Indianapolis in the Sungate community. According to her family, she planned to return to her daughter's home later that afternoon. When she did not arrive and did not respond to messages, concern developed quickly. The behavior did not align with prior patterns. Her 19-year-old daughter used a location tracking application linked to Renee's phone. The final recorded location showed a signal at the ex-boyfriend's address. She went there and found Renee's car still parked in the driveway. The man acknowledged that Renee had been there that morning, but stated that she never entered the house. He refused to allow her daughter inside. Police were contacted. Access to the home was denied again. Several days passed before investigators obtained a search warrant. Renee's family has stated that they believe this delay reduced the likelihood of recovering critical evidence. At the time she disappeared, Renee was wearing a black jumpsuit. She had dark hair with gold streaks, brown eyes, stood 5 feet 2 inches tall, and weighed between 160 and 180 pounds. She had multiple tattoos, including a heart with the word love on her chest, an infinity symbol with 3 flowers on her left forearm, and a heart with the word CeeLo on her lower back. Family members have also noted that the ex-boyfriend had a documented history of abusive behavior toward Renee. Despite this, he was never publicly identified as a suspect or person of interest. In October of 2020, Indianapolis police confirmed that the investigation was no longer being treated solely as a missing persons case. Even with that change in classification, no arrests have been announced, and Renee Gilbert has not been located. There have been no public updates for several years. According to the family, an officer later told them that the ex-boyfriend was no longer being considered a suspect or person of interest. With no new leads emerging, the investigation slowed, then stalled. There were no additional searches announced, no charges filed, and no explanation offered for what had changed. Chanel Renee Gilbert disappeared on June 9, 2020. As of July 2025, she has not been located. The case remains unsolved, and her family continues to wait without clear direction or resolution. Ebony Shanetta Spears was born on May 12, 1985, in Wilmington, North Carolina. She was the youngest of 4 children and was raised by her mother, Harriet Rivers. From an early age, she was described as dependable and attentive, someone who took obligations seriously and rarely stepped away from them. As an adult, that sense of responsibility centered on her daughter, Anaya, who was 13 years old at the time Ebony disappeared. In 2015, Ebony was diagnosed with lupus, an autoimmune disease that can affect multiple systems in the body. The condition required ongoing treatment and brought with it periods of physical exhaustion and pain. Over time, her family noticed changes beyond the physical. She began experiencing depression and anxiety, followed later by episodes marked by paranoia and confusion. Her treatment included medication for lupus and additional prescriptions intended to manage her mental health symptoms. The combination was difficult to balance. Family members observed fluctuations in her mood and clarity, and concern grew as those episodes became more pronounced. On the evening of January 14, 2016, Ebony's parents and her boyfriend met her in the parking lot of the Wilmington Police Department on Best Street. The location was close to her apartment at the Point at Taylor Estates. Ebony appeared distressed, agitated, and frightened, and her behavior was described as erratic. Her family hoped that police or medical personnel would intervene, possibly arranging hospitalization for her safety. Her psychiatrist was consulted by phone during this encounter. After approximately an hour, Ebony's condition appeared to stabilize. She became calmer and more coherent. With that change, no emergency hold was initiated, and she was allowed to leave. Her parents took Ebony and Anaya back to their home on Price's Lane for the night. The following morning, January 15th, Ebony seemed settled. She ate breakfast with her family, and later that day her father drove her back to her apartment. Plans were made for her to return to her parents' home for dinner that evening. At approximately 7 p.m., Ebony called her mother to cancel those plans, saying she had already eaten and intended to stay in. That call is the last confirmed instance of her voice being heard by family. Sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., Ebony was seen on Nixon Street, where she flagged down a passing van driven by an employee of the Community Boys and Girls Club. She told the driver that someone was following her and that she was scared. The driver took her to the club, where she briefly spoke with a social worker before leaving again on foot. Not long after, Ebony went to the Wilmington Police Department, returning to the same station she had visited the night before. Security footage shows her entering the lobby and asking to use a public phone. She appeared confused and unsettled. Detective Joshua Childress later confirmed that she did not complete a call. Officers on duty observed her behavior and again offered assistance, including contacting emergency services. Ebony declined and left the station on foot. At approximately 10:45 p.m., a neighbor saw her near her apartment. She asked him for a cigarette. When he told her he did not have one, she said she would go to the store to buy some. That interaction became the last known sighting of Ebony Spears. Around 11 p.m., her boyfriend used his key to enter her apartment. Her car was parked outside. Inside, the apartment appeared undisturbed. Ebony's purse was still there, but her cell phone was missing. When he tried calling her, the calls went directly to voicemail. He waited for approximately 2 hours. When she did not return, he contacted her parents. The following day, her parents came to the apartment themselves. They found no signs of a struggle and nothing obviously out of place. Ebony and her phone were still missing. She was reported missing shortly thereafter. From the outset, police treated the situation as a missing persons case. There were no immediate leads, no confirmed sightings beyond that night, and no clear indication of where Ebony went after leaving her apartment area. Early assessments found no immediate signs of foul play, and no usable leads. Even so, search efforts escalated quickly. Law enforcement was joined by volunteers, and the Brunswick County Search and Rescue Team was brought in to assist. Helicopters were deployed to cover larger areas from above, while K-9 units worked through wooded sections, drainage areas, and ponds near both the Boys and Girls Club and Ebony's apartment complex. The searches extended outward in layers, returning repeatedly to the same locations. Each pass ended the same way. No personal items were recovered. No confirmed sightings emerged. Nothing appeared that could establish a direction of travel or an endpoint. In 2022, the Center for Missing Persons organized a renewed large-scale search. Volunteers distributed flyers, walked trails, canvassed neighborhoods, and followed any location where Ebony had previously lived or spent time, including parts of Georgia. Despite the expanded scope and renewed attention, the effort produced no evidence that altered the case. Detective Joshua Childress later stated that investigators had interviewed everyone known to have seen or spoken with Ebony in the days surrounding her disappearance. Those conversations did not reveal a consistent explanation. Police have said they have not ruled out foul play, but they also acknowledge that there is no concrete evidence to support that conclusion. Ebony Shanetta Spears is described as 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing approximately 130 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. When she was last seen, she was wearing a green shirt and dark pants. Her car, her purse, and her other belongings remained behind. Only her phone was missing. She disappeared on January 15, 2016. As of July 2025, Ebony Spears has not been located, and the case remains unsolved. Taprice Goodwin was born on March 5, 1993, in Dayton, Ohio, to Patrice Gentry and Derek Goodwin. She was known for her warmth and steadiness, someone who showed loyalty through action rather than words. Family members described her as dependable, grounded, and deeply connected to the people she loved. She shared a particularly close relationship with her cousin, Ariana Middlebrook. The two were close in age and raised alongside one another, their bond described by relatives as closer to that of sisters than cousins. Ariana Lachelle Middlebrook was born on February 26, 1993, also in Dayton. Ariana grew up within a faith-centered, close-knit community. After graduating from Trotwood Madison High School in 2011, she attended Miami Jacobs Career College. She was creative and entrepreneurial, with interests in clothing design and event planning. She was also the mother of 2 children, Marcus and Araya, a role that structured much of her daily life. In the early morning hours of August 22, 2020, both women were together in Riverside, just outside Dayton. Shortly before 3 a.m., a resident living near the intersection of Harshman Road and Tidewater Drive called 911 to report a shooting outside her apartment. She told the dispatcher that she could see a car parked nearby with its lights on, and 2 people inside who were not moving. She also reported that after what sounded like at least 6 gunshots, 2 other vehicles sped away from the area. When officers arrived, they found the car still running, its headlights illuminating the street. Inside were Taprice Goodwin and Ariana Middlebrook, each suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Taprice was pronounced dead at the scene. Ariana was transported to Miami Valley Hospital, where she later died from her injuries. Investigators quickly determined that the shooting was not random. Surveillance footage from a nearby business captured images of 2 unidentified men walking in the area around the time of the shooting. Police released still images of the men and labeled them persons of interest, asking the public for assistance. No names were released. No physical descriptions were provided beyond the images themselves. Authorities have not publicly stated whether those individuals were ever identified, questioned, or eliminated from consideration. In the years that followed, no arrests were announced, and no suspects were formally named. Taprice Goodwin and Ariana Middlebrook were killed on August 22, 2020. As of July 2025, their murders remain unsolved. And that brings us to the end of tonight's stories. We've spent some time with these cases, and now it's okay to leave them here for the night. You don't need to carry every detail with you. Thank you for staying with me and listening. I hope you're somewhere comfortable, and that the rest of your night can be a little quieter. Take care of yourself, get some rest, and I'll see you again soon. Good night.